It's about a kind of gentle. Welcome to Natural Six! What you all won't know is I was mid-sentence and I just took them by surprise, like a sort of D&D ninja.
Kind of.
A dinja.
A dinja.
Ninja.
Welcome to.
You are going to fall and hit your head.
And we'll all laugh.
We will actually.
It would be really.
Okay.
I'd be very sad. I
Won't
think.
do it, don't worry.
No.
He's probably
It's like when
wedged, isn't
children
it?
fall over, you have that quick thing of, are they okay? They're going to cry. And if they don't cry, then you can laugh. It'll be a bit like that. We'll check that his head's not
Let's
bleeding.
test the theory.
Okay.
Welcome to episode 26 of our adventures in the world
26.
of Reliquia.
Reliquia.
Yeah, we're past
Take
the
my
quarter
shoes off
century.
and-
I think I might
And
take my shoes
and
off.
cross my legs.
Obviously,
Sorry.
obviously.
I
I'm
need
gonna
to
do
cross
that
my
too.
legs.
Let's all take our
okay,
why
this
I
is
put
the
my shoes
shoes.
on.
Expecting a long episode.
I don't know. I don't know, baby. It depends how far you get. Socks and sandals.
This is gonna be.
It just, you know, when someone says just now, I've heard you should never take your shoes off on a flight.
I do all the time.
I do all the time,
I do. I've
and I've
got
seen so
flying
many
slippers.
things. I've seen
Literally pressure on your feet.
I've seen so many things from like cabin crew being like, "Oh, do not walk around in your socks."
It's all over the floor.
Yeah,
walking
because
around.
it's awful down there. It's
Yeah.
essentially there. Yeah.
I have
See,
I have flying slippers. I just get them out of my bag and I put my flying slippers
Of
on.
course you do.
See, I just undo my shoes and like make every bit of the lace loose, so it's just like.
Oh, like a
it can
capacious. I
expand.
sometimes like to drive that way, and I think it's probably a really bad idea.
If I'm flying business class, I will take my shoes off and put them in a little thing.
Because
If I'm
because
not-
famously the posh are clean.
no, because also you get the little bed, and like I'm like, you know what?
Oh,
I'll
yeah,
settle
I
it for a
can
little.
have-
Sorry, honey, no one's suggesting you keep your shoes on in bed.
But I don't know. Maybe you all laughed at me, and I'm like, well, I'm going to bed.
Well, I'll be honest with you, Ben, it's because I haven't been in business class, and that wasn't my first thought. Was because obviously I lie down in bed.
I'm gonna have a little bed.
Have you not been in business class?
No.
Oh, baby.
Funny.
Oh,
One day.
I've had a couple of busies, a couple of bizzos. I was in seat 1A on a flight.
Wow.
Yeah,
That makes me
Pretty
feel
sure
like
that
a
makes you the captain.
Doesn't that?
It pretty much. Well, the real sad thing about it. Here's a sympathetic tale about me. Someone else paid me to fly business class. The cabin crew are really like chill about it because obviously they're chill about it. They don't want to make a big deal out of it. But I'm there by myself, and I wanted someone to go, "This is very exciting," and they don't. They just treat you like a normal man. So I was it was kind of cognitive dissonance. I was like, why is no one talking about how weird this is?
There is a great video that's gone viral recently. These two girls who get on a plane, and the plane needs to be at the next airport for the crew to go on for the next one, but it's just them on the whole plane, just two of them. And so they're doing the announcements, and like, let's say I can't remember the names, like Sally and Jess, whatever. It's like, okay, Sally and
generic
Jess. So
women names.
Just I can't remember. One of them
Name a
definitely
woman.
began
He
with
did name
Ness.
two in his defence. He did name two women.
Two women.
And the entire flight is just them just having a laugh with the crew. And then
What were those names you picked?
Sally and Jess.
Okay.
Very
Yeah,
good.
boy.
He is good.
Michelle Obama.
Michelle Obama and Brittany Murphy. I don't know why I went for Brittany Murphy. Right, should we say hi to our heroes?
Yes, please.
Oh wow, that was such a long
Yeah,
intro.
it's absolutely wild. I'll level with you. It's been a little while since we played, and I kind of forgot how to do it. I don't know if I normally say Reliquia this early on.
No,
do
we
I?
don't.
No, that's at the end.
Do you
Yeah.
think people will be, because we came in really hot as well, like if people are listening in their ears.
In their ears rather than in their fucking mouths.
Yeah, fine.
Please.
People have got us in their. No, I walked into it. Please don't. Oh, fuck.
Clip that.
Well, I've got my socials for this
Yeah,
episode.
exactly. I can see the smash.
So yeah, if you got me in your mouth, but I can't even remember. We came in hot. We came in loud.
Oh, that's even worse. If you got me in your mouth, we came in hot.
Yeah, we were loud, and so I was worried for everyone because we were really loud. You know, maybe you want to be eased into this episode.
This is great content.
Do you think? Why is this suddenly bad content?
Insane from that.
It just keeps
The
going.
thing is, if they are somewhere other than our ears, then it's all bone conduction.
Ari,
That's a really good point.
Please continue.
I mean, we made a pronoun slip, but I'm fascinated by bone. But the headline here is bone conduction. Tell us more. Tell us more, Cockle.
Well, it's all bone conduction, isn't it? I mean, it's like those
Just say it. You can't just keep
at the
saying
end of the day,
I mean, that teaching style has served you well for a long time. It's all bone conduction.
pretty much everything in the universe is just bone conduction, guys.
I have a pair of sunglasses,
Go on. We've already done business class. We don't want to alienate people completely.
And only you hear it.
And only you hear it.
Yeah.
because it's bone conduction.
Hear
because
what?
Speakers.
The sunglasses.
So you can literally wear
The
sunglasses.
sunglasses have speakers in them, not speakers.
But no one else hears it.
Nobody else can hear it.
Whoa.
The sound is
That's
conducted
stress
through the
rather
bone
than
of your
What can you
skull.
hear? The
It just plays
sunglasses.
in your head. It just plays in your head.
Yeah, no, my David's got the headphones that do the same thing. They just sit
Yeah.
behind your ears. And
Why can't we just have normal headphones? Why can't we listen to things normally?
Because
The ears.
then it means that you can still hear everything perfectly fine.
Do you think
It's
people
being
are listening
said
to this
you.
episode?
You got
The bone
really close
conduction?
to it, by the way. You got
so
real
close.
close,
We got
and
so
then just
close.
You
went off
literally
the
took the
rails.
breath to go,
I
I am
know.
Wilson. And
No,
and
I'm
then
talking
all
about
of a
the
sudden,
Honestly, don't make this
Do you not
about
remember?
you.
Do you not remember the toothbrushes? Must have the toothbrushes that would do that would make a tune in your head as you brush your teeth.
Make a tune?
Because it's all bone conduction.
I don't think. See, I
have an imagination.
I think we've
Just
talked about
play a
this.
tuning
I love
Monday.
brushing my teeth so much. I don't think you should make a game or a song out of
It's too
toothbrushes.
serious for you.
It's too serious. You just do a 45 angle along the edge. You don't scrub. You have an electric toothbrush. You do 30 seconds.
do
Then you
nine-
do inside
No
30
circles,
seconds.
no
You do a
circles
90-degree
anymore.
angle
No, we don't
on
do
this one.
circles anymore.
Do you know what's
No,
happened? Do you know what's
no,
happened
no,
here?
no,
Back and forth,
No,
back
it's
and
not
forth.
Here is we
Back,
weren't
behind.
able to do the
You
BTS
go back,
Yeah,
beforehand,
because
and this is
you don't
turned
have to go
into
90.
BTS.
You could go 45.
Actually, I think my hygienist and my dentist both told me. 90.
My hygienist and dentist told me not to do
Well,
that.
90% of dentists recommend.
My
Sorry,
hygienist tried
who
to
are
sell
you?
me whitening. That
Is
was my...
this going to be the episode?
Let's say hi to our heroes.
Oh, wow.
God. Hi, finally, I'm Aoife Wilson, and I'll be playing Dolly de Winter, the Tiefling Bard.
Finally, she's Aoife Wilson. I'm Alex Jordan, and I play the Kobold Rogue.
Hi, I'm Doug Bone Conduction Cockle. And I'll be playing Kelmus the Dragonborn Druid.
Hi, I'm Hollie, and I play Elwyn Grenweird, the human fighter.
Hi, I'm Ben Starr, and I play Radiant Thornbear, the Wood Elf Wizard.
And I'm Harry McEntire, and this lot might be the radiators and the triple glazing, but I'm the air source heat pump, baby. Shall we play some Dungeons and Dragons? Really
They do call it
That
a
was
heat
a
pump.
weird metaphor.
Pithies. Oh, go on, Bone Conduction.
I think the entire last 5 to 10 minutes was.
It's all just bone conduction, baby.
Play that recap! I mean titles. Last time, you had found a suitable place to shelter in the ruins of Alvelion after the travails of the previous day, Dolly receiving a cryptic message from the spinner on one of the web sending stones she has in her possession. She made her reply, swearing to destroy the web before the eyes of the Spider Prince, and then taking Radian outside for a private conversation. Elowyn and I, the character not the me, took the opportunity to talk over their own difference of opinion regarding I's tendency to place himself in danger for what he sees as the good of the party. Despite the interjections of both Parvus and Kelnis, they failed to reach an understanding, and with Dolly and then Radian returning to the shelter, an uneasy atmosphere settled on the newly dead and a none the wiser Parvus. A brief dagger technique lesson from Elowyn did little to alleviate the tension between Dolly and Radian. As you settled to sleep that night, I took the first watch before being relieved by Radian, whose head was too full of his confrontation with Dolly to focus on the task at hand. As dawn broke, slate-grey and murky over the once great city, he realized that unbeknownst to him, a great creature of vines and branches had slunk through the dark, close to the party's resting place.
Slung.
Great word.
Not sure if it's a real word, but it feels so evocative.
It's good, yeah.
You know, I know how it's moving.
Thanks. He alerted you all, and aided by Kelnis's pass without trace spell and a sudden recalibration of the creature's blind sight range, you managed to avoid detection. Climbing up to the great raised walkway, it's been just unpacking his stuff.
Got some stuff.
Which 26 recaps in, this is the I'm on track for only my second non-fluffed recap. And you thought this was the moment.
so
Unless there is an
rude.
apple for
So
teacher in there, I am
rude.
absolutely furious.
It's so rude.
I thought
It's so
So
rude.
rude.
So
I thought
rude.
people needed to see my sticker.
Oh my god.
You've got out an empty bag.
I'm sorry. I just think people needed to see it.
You climbed up to the great raised walkway that led to the virtuous hall, where Parvis believed there to be a way to find a gate to the old dark. Are you going to do active listening now to breathe or engage?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Go on.
Still, tension bordering on outright hostility was evident between Dolly and Radiant.
And this is why.
And yeah, we're all Team Dolly, I think. The wizard stealing a knife from Dolly's belt to assert his capabilities. Elowen intervened, separating the feuding pair, and you continued along the walkway. Upon reaching your destination, you discovered bodies of the gloam in the rubble-strewn hall, realizing that some of them seemed to have been partially digested. See, I said bee rather than bean, and that's your
That's
fault.
all on you.
I am actually. Can I formal apology? I'm so sorry.
Doesn't not accepted. The ground beneath acknowledged, not accepted. The ground beneath your feet began to rumble, and a purple worm reared up from within the rubble, eyeless and snapping its mouth filled with myriad teeth. As you attacked with spells and swords, Kelnis was swallowed by the worm before Elowen unseamed the creature mouth to ass, freeing Kel from his
Unzipped it.
freeing Kel from his acidic prison, though she succumbed to the blight you had first encountered at the top of Mount Atria. The high five from Radiant being rejected. Also from Ben. It very much, sometimes there are character moments, sometimes there are player moments. That felt like Hollie and Elowen rejecting Ben and Radiant.
We don't comment on rumour and speculation.
There's,
Would you still love
as
me
an
if it was a
empath, I
purple
can
one?
sense something.
Would you still love me if I was a purple worm?
Your adversary bested, you set about uncovering the way to the gate that Parvis believed to be hidden in the virtuous hall. Radiant spotted markings in the crumbling pillars around you, which I swiftly identified as kobold tribal marks. Together with Parvis, he discovered the markings of his own tribe. Realizing that a teardrop-shaped indentation on the floor of the hall was also on the pillars, the kobolds cut their hands, allowing their blood to fill these indentations, and as they did, the floor began to shift, revealing an opening that led deep into the earth. And that's where we are now. The crumbled walls, the stonework covered in faded murals, the bodies, not just of the gloam, but now this great engorged, split purple worm, the spikes and teeth lifeless. And in the earth there is a huge opening, 15 feet across, larger than any holes made in the floor by the worm that attacked you.
I mean, I want to go over and have a look down and see what I see down the hole.
Roll me a perception check.
Nat 20.
Nat 20.
Right off the bat, baby.
So, you look into this. And at
Himself
first,
is there.
and you see a cave. But at first, what you see is a solid stone floor, almost as if this virtuous hall, as this opening has emerged, that there is a stone subfloor beneath, piles and piles of stone blocking the entrance, and then as you look closer, it swims and fades and turns briefly into stars, like a deep, dark, star-filled sky at night. And then those stars glow into gold and fade. And there is a cave, sloping gently down a tunnel in a cave.
So it looks just sort of walkable down.
It does, yeah, like a shallow gradient,
Yeah.
like a path through the earth.
And height-wise, is it built like, is it kobold-sized? What are we looking at? Are we looking like...
With a nat 20, you see unmistakably kobold tunneling marks. You would be the only one, other than Parvis, of course, who would possibly recognize something like this as inherently kobold. But as you know, the techniques of kobold tunneling, the tools, the processes, are completely different from anything that would be done by humans or by dwarves.
What do you see, little brother? I say while I'm scooping purple worm.
I see something of home. And I see something of maybe where I is meant to go and meant to be.
Are you gonna be okay?
I want to do let's a little, and you come swooping in, perches on I's shoulder, and you and I.
Oh, you planned it? Oh, I get it now.
Begin to. I'm just going to start making my way. There's nothing behind us. There's only ahead. There's only what's in front of us.
I'll take that as a yes.
Have you joined him at the edge, anybody? Or are you just watching as I starts to make this
I
descent?
think we was,
Close-ish.
investigate. That's what we were looking for. was
Everybody
that.
roll me perception checks. Radiant.
19.
19.
10.
10.
18.
18. 7. And Parvis got a 22. Parvis joins you just as you're about to descend. And you hear, you hear a jaw drop. You hear, as he, you can assume, looks into that same thing that you've looked into and sees what you saw. Sees rock that turns to black, that turns to night and light and a cave. And the rest of you are looking at rock. You are looking at stone. And as I starts to descend, you watch as that first footstep passes through the stone. And I seems to be wading through it for a moment, ankle deep, then shin, then knee, then thigh, his torso, his shoulders, and then his head with you perched on it. And the owl's head rotates towards you, turning back 180 degrees, and then it too disappears.
That was a great image.
Yeah.
So cool. That was wonderful.
Thank you, bud.
Are we supposed to follow him?
Oh, we can't let them go on their own, and I don't think there's much left for us here.
Oh,
Also, any chance we've got of curing the blight has just stepped into that hole.
into the dark then.
I hate tunnels.
Parvis holds a hand out to you. Kel, I will lead you.
Okay.
And Parvis, his small clawed hand goes into yours. Roll me an insight check. Oh, that's lovely, very decorous. That's beautiful.
13.
You sense some tension in Parvis too, and perhaps there's something that he needed in this contact. And you feel a little squeeze, and the claws of his hands, not to do damage or to cause pain, but you feel them in the pad of your own scaly hand.
And I give him a little squeeze back.
And he starts to descend into the stone.
And I go with him. Strength in numbers.
And you pass through the stone. All of you?
After you.
Fine, I'll leave you two to have fun. I'm just gonna go on in.
So Elwyn, Calnis, Parvis, and I descend. We leave Dolly and Radiant up at the top.
Can we close this door. Oh, what? Are you guys coming?
You comes flying back out and just circles around the two of them.
Yeah. After you.
No, please.
Fine. I'm gonna go down as well.
Dolly goes in.
And then just kind of waits a little bit longer and then steps in.
Mm-hmm. And walking through the stone is like walking through mist high up in mountains at high elevation. There is a still but penetrating moisture. There's a feeling on your skin. It feels cooling. It almost feels restorative. And you move down through where the rock is not and into the cave. You, in your life, have spent infinitely more time within the earth than on it. And since you left the caves that you call home, you've ascended mountains, you've climbed to the tops of the greatest cities in the world, you've watched mists swim over Seren, you've stared at the tower of the sanctum. You've been in Vale as the tieflings mourned. And for a moment, you enter these caves and you're home. And the marks on these walls as you descend further and further are so familiar to you. Symbols, most of which would only be known to your people, so they're markings that speak of the hearth and of stories and song and safety and rest and tribe more than anything else. Can the rest of you roll investigation checks for me, please? I'm not going to have Parvis roll, because Parvis is where you are.
19.
19 on investigation. Natural 20.
14.
14.
6. I don't like that he's behind me.
Okay. More than fair. What you see with a natural 20 is, Elwyn, you see more than the others. You see repeated marks. You noticed the markings, a circle with a cross running through the center of it that denoted Ai's tribe. You see that marking start to happen. You see the markings of Parvis's tribe, Jape. And you start to pick up, it's almost as if you are quickly studying and starting to assimilate some of these markings into your vocabulary. And so you can tell that some of these pictograms, murals that I'll describe for the others are actually relating to specific tribes, and that some relate to all kobold kind. And Dolly, there's too much anxiety for you to really take in your surroundings. Instead, you just smell the freshness of the water and hear the footfalls. This is the first time you've been anywhere that echoes for a little while, and perhaps it's that distracts you. But the rest of you, you see these pictographs that tell the stories of kobolds. And in one scene, the virtuous create reliquiae, representations of all the gods as they seem to be summoning the Alanites from the center of the earth. These towering, rocky, jagged faces like teeth erupting. And while that's happening, Themself, beneath the ground, carves out tunnels, tunnel after tunnel after tunnel, for what seemed to be miles. and in another Themself shelters in a deep cave as the remaining virtuous feast above. And as the wider world feasts and fights and founds cities, the kobolds remain beneath the earth. Small groups huddled around fires, they raise their young, they gather to share food and stories. These are universally known stories. These are your creation stories. These are the stories of your culture, the absolutely fundamental building blocks of what it is to be who you are and where you're from. What do you feel being here?
Opposite to Dolly's tension, I feels for the first time in a long time his cortisol levels drop. There's something in the familiarity and the safety and security of the tunnels that instantly relaxes him. And where echoes might be disconcerting to someone, to I, they're comforting and they're familiar. And where to someone it might be a bit discombobulating, sounds coming from all over, to a kobold, it's echoes that lead down one tunnel from another, and it's easier to locate, whereas when you're outside, there's sounds coming from everywhere. And something in I relaxes, and I pull out a dagger and loosely grip it. And as I walks, I run it along the stone of the wall, like when you're a kid with a stick against a fence, just like that. So it's just allowing it to bounce off feeling sort of the surface of the rock through the rhythm and the pattern that gets knocked with the blade.
Yep. Cal, roll me a perception check.
25.
You feel more tightening on your hand. And you look down and Parvis is weeping. Just that kind of emotion that comes without effort or intent, but it's as if a wave has broken over him, and unbidden, and without being racked by sobs, there's just this stream of tears pouring down his face.
Parvis, where is this coming from? Is this joy or is this fear?
He seems aware of your voice but doesn't look up and says, "They kept this from me. All this time. Home was here. Home was here, beneath the earth. In a city where they made me feel so alone." And then he looks up at you. "Why did they keep it from me?"
Only Themself knows. Stop banging that thing.
I doesn't, because I doesn't hear almost. I is just only focused on the feelings of just a little sort of.
I lean down and I grab a little pebble off the floor and I throw it at I's head.
Roll me a ranged attack. You can add your strength mod. Just add your strength modifier.
That's a natural 20.
Okay, so perfect. So you're not trying to
dies.
Yeah, he's instantly.
Clean through his skull.
So you're not trying to do any damage.
Turns his head around.
You fling a little
Turns.
pebble, and it's just enough to make contact, to make you aware that your companions are behind you.
Okay. I takes the dagger away from the wall, but you flies at Kel and just does a little like
Little flyby.
They'll fly by like a little sort of wing, like.
Do you look back over your shoulder at all? Okay.
I turn to Parvis. I acknowledge his ignoring me. And I cast a look of disdain at you. Not you, the DM, you, the owl.
Doug the actor.
Doug the actor.
Damn you, Harry. And I turn and I look down at Parvis and I say, I think that you are not the only one who did not know. And I indicate I.
And the combination of you, the owl, and you, the Kelness played by you, the actor Doug Cockle, seems to have snapped Parvis out of this reverie. And it's then that he seems to realize he's been crying, and his free hand comes up and wipes his hand, realizes that he's holding your hand, and sort of releases the grip. Yes, of course. Of course. It is strange, is all, to be beneath the earth. After a long, long time.
For me, it is strange to be beneath the earth. I do not like these cold, dark, wet tunnels. I prefer the open sky and the canopy of the trees.
And we will do all we can to bring you there again, with safety and with haste.
You, after this flyby, comes back to I and does a small little circle above I, and then flies back over to Parvis and just rests on Parvis' shoulder. And I still just doesn't turn around, but...
And as he does, he sort of nuzzles his head, his feathered head, into the side of Parvis' scales on his temple. Yes. Onwards.
Just gonna go up to Dolly and sort of whisper to Dolly, I really hope for I's sake when we get there, he finds what he's looking for.
I'm not really sure he knows what he's looking for.
No, but I don't think he could take the heartache if it's not what he wants.
Well, if we'll be there regardless.
They were willing to shut out Parvis. Let's just leave it at that.
Yeah.
I don't see why they wouldn't be willing to do it to I as well.
Why? What's their goal?
Why seems to be our favorite question for the gods.
Yeah. Think we'll find some answers?
No. Probably more questions.
They're really piling up.
Yeah, they really are, aren't they?
So I is out in front, and the rest of you are making your way. Not far behind him, I would suggest, unless you really, really want to disappear.
No.
Down this stone tunnel, more pictograms, more symbols, more marks of kobold tools and claws. And then you reach a cave, pale earth beneath your feet. These patches of stone and loose shale walls are rough. These show no marks of tools or hands. You see the curves of ancient fossils occasionally visible on the surface. There are stalactites that protrude from the ceilings, pale as the stone, but for some irregular, darker patches like icicles, marred with mud. And there is a pathway to your left and a pathway to your right.
I turns around to Parvis.
Does either of these speaks to you?
I did not know what I expected to find. But all this is fresh snow to me.
I looks and reaches down for a stone that is as flat as he can find.
Mm-hmm.
Takes his blade, scratches one side, puts his dagger in, and just points at the one with the scratch and goes, "This is this way." Points to the left one, turns over and goes, "This is this way."
Roll me a no, we don't. Do we have a D2? We do.
don't have a
So we'll say the scratch is the web
Yep.
symbol. So left is
Flip a coin.
left is scratch.
Left is scratch.
Left is scratch.
Left.
Left.
You die.
You are instantly killed. You start to make your way left down a passage. Roll me perception checks, everybody. Go ahead, Dolly.
11.
11.
5.
5 from I.
28.
28.
Fucking hell. 15.
15.
A normal number.
28, no, that's not right. Sorry.
What is right?
23.
23. It's still pretty high, baby.
I think you'll be fine. I think you saw something.
Radian?
13.
13. Okay. So what you see are along with these markings and these stalagmites, stalactites, are mushrooms, little clusters of mustard-coloured mushrooms, like undulating caps. You've got these thick, fibrous gills beneath them, and with a 23, you can determine. So everyone can see the mushrooms, but with a 23, you can determine, Kel, that they seem to be focused near little patches of moisture that are gathering in the ground. Please don't worry. It all adds to it. And they have these occasional, within the striations of the gills, these little darker patches. That's all you see.
Why are you looking at those mushrooms?
I do not know these mushrooms.
Yeah, they are completely new to you.
I am curious.
Why are you looking at me?
You asked me a question.
You're also curious, and that's the problem.
You're all looking at me.
Don't look at him.
Don't do it.
Am I gonna have to... Am I gonna have to lick these mushrooms again?
No.
I didn't know what you were going for a second there. I was like, is he just
I didn't
trying to
either, I
start
know.
PvP?
He's angry.
I would like to go up to one with the dagger. Just tap the top of it. Just lightly.
Okay. You tap it, and there's a barely perceptible, like a release of air or gas or spores, and the tiniest, barest wisp of yellow smoke twists and then dispels.
I don't do that again. Don't do it.
I put my dagger away.
I suggest we avoid these.
They don't look edible to me. I don't know a lot about mushrooms, but that didn't look good.
Our recent running with mushrooms hasn't been great anyway, so I probably wouldn't gamble it down here either.
No.
I was off having a conversation elsewhere at this time, so I said, run-ins with mushrooms.
It's fine.
Don't worry about it. Just, it's fine. Yeah, let's maybe not disturb the strange underground vegetation.
What's the light like down here?
It's very, very dim.
Yeah, I know.
I'm about to like.
It's why I made the comment at the end of the last episode.
Oh, she's fully gogged up.
Oh,
She's got.
Baby,
She's
gogged
gogged
up.
up to the eye. Well, gogged up to the eyeballs.
I
No gogs on main.
gogs on me. Gogs on me.
I could be.
I take Donovan's hand and just goes,
It looks very good.
No, right now, it's just important that I can see anything. God, I can't wait to get back onto the surface.
Can I falter for a little bit and just look at the mushroom again? Just try and see what, like, if I can. I don't know anything about mushrooms.
Okay, you can
your
roll
eye raised.
investigation or nature. Both of which I think are probably very good for you.
13.
A 13, and what was that on?
That was on nature.
That was on nature. You have not seen stuff like this before. This is really unfamiliar. You would know about some of the less usual benefits of mushrooms. This is not one you've encountered.
Some of the more veil-like uses of mushrooms.
This is not, and it doesn't seem to bear relation to anything you've seen. It's really fibrous and seems to be, from where I tapped it, almost brittle rather than spongy.
I assume that since you used to live in the caves, you don't recognise those either.
No.
What a fun new addition.
The world is rich.
do they just litter the entire way through this?
No, they seem to be. There are only a few, just growing in small clusters, no more than 5 or 6 inches high, and clusters of no more than 3, 4 at a time. And they're not carpeting it. They just seem to be in little sheltered spots.
I cast Mage Hand and go and pick one up.
Okay.
With Mage Hand, yeah.
You pick one up, and as you do it, much more of this mustard-like smoke emerges from it.
Very careful not to say gas.
Yeah, very careful not to say mustard gas. That's not what we're doing. You're doing this obviously from a distance. Mage Hand is a range of. Is it a range of 30 feet? That seems about right to me.
I feel like it is, and I feel like I'm a long way.
And have you done it at a point when no one else is directly next to them?
Yes,
I
it's 30
had
feet.
been, but I feel like I was.
It's 30 feet.
30 feet.
I reckon he would have done it like that. Mage Hand you would have stepped just back, or just a fuck with you.
What happens to the mushroom in the hand?
The mushroom. Well, what do you try? As you pick it, nothing happens beyond this smoke emerging from the base. Do you want to squeeze it or try and manipulate it?
I would like to investigate its properties closer. I would like to almost examine what it looks like.
Okay.
So
what you can do is you almost split the mushroom down the center, splitting both the stalk and the cap of the mushroom. And as you do that, there's kind of plentiful smoke and spores that emerge from it. And then in the center, there is a semi-liquid, the same color as that gas, which drips to the floor. Doesn't seem to mar the stone.
Hey,
Or
it's
the
more
earth.
spores. Caves are famous for ventilation, Brady.
is anyone infected right now?
Not yet.
If we're going to go further into this thing, we need to know what this does.
I'd rather just not find out what it does.
I feel like we're going to find out eventually, so we may as well find out now.
I feel like you're going to find out what it does eventually.
It's a preemptive measure.
It always is with you.
As this conversation is going on, I just wants to cast Firebolt at the mushroom in the Mage Hand.
Do you know what? I'm just going to keep walking through the tunnel. I'm not stopping for this.
Okay.
How far away? When you
Yeah,
said
I'm
mage
join
hand, and
Dolly.
it was there. Like how
Yeah.
far
It's,
away?
it's 30. I'm saying that this is all being done at a distance of 30 feet, so no one is more
Yeah.
than 30 feet within this.
Yeah.
It burns.
Yeah.
It doesn't burn. It doesn't burn quick. It sort of smolders and singes, and the fire.
It's like
very good smolder, very good.
burning.
It doesn't immediately burst into flame as it like dry tinder would,
Wet.
or like you've seen like wet. Yeah, as if it's bad firewood.
It's strange for something brittle.
There is a fork in the road that you reach just beyond this point. A path straight on, a path to the right.
I holds out this little rock with the scratch. It says,
What anyone likes to choose.
Go on then.
So scratch is which one?
What was it?
Straight on it. We call it left and right.
Yeah.
We did scratch to the left last time.
Cool.
Right.
Right.
What?
Yeah.
What?
You'll watch it back.
He's
You'll
got
see
some
it.
real weird energy right now, and I don't know what to do with it.
Are you smouldering? Are you doing more smouldering?
Yeah, that's what I did. Yeah, let's call it that.
I don't know what to do with it.
You threw the coin in so many ways. You threw it like that, and you caught it, and then you flipped it, and then you put it down.
Yeah, and it looks cool.
And I said cool.
Yeah, but I don't think you meant it as.
No, I don't.
You didn't. I didn't mean it like that.
Wow. It's not just these mushrooms. The atmosphere at the table's never been so deep. We are creating a shared playground, a scenic, sensory, organic, multi-layered play space.
Sorry.
Apparently, some of us can't do anything.
Actually, I'm going to say that when Dolly flips the thing, Radiant goes, cool.
Don't antagonise her, Radiant.
She just looks so stupid when she flips a stone.
I'm just gonna ignore that.
I scoops down and picks it up. And just begins to make ways down
So
that.
I is going first. What's a marching order here?
I'll go straight after him.
I'll be actually next to Dolly.
I think Parvis is probably staying with Kel wherever Kel goes.
I think, yeah.
I like that. That's cute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you like to go in the sort of towards the back or in the middle? Or wherever the hell you like.
I think if I see I and then Dolly
Yeah,
and then
Elwyn.
Elowen, she thinks I forgot her name.
She's right.
I would never forget Elowen's name.
How did you make the right name sound like the wrong name? Now that's acting.
That's the bone conductor.
my new nickname!
The BC.
God, that sounds terrible.
As a younger man, he went as conductor of the bone train.
Right in the profile.
I'm following Elowen.
Great. And so, Radiant, are you bringing up the rear behind
Yeah,
the bone
I am
train?
bringing up the rear, and as everyone leaves, I do mage handling, and I pick up one of those little mushrooms.
You pick it up.
Can I pick it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You pick it up and do what with it?
I just carry it. Can I carry it?
30 feet behind at all times.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can carry it 30 feet behind you.
Yeah.
So it's just like there's all of us, and then like behind us a hand holding a mushroom just
And the hand is
floating down the
called,
cave.
not the burnt one,
Right.
it's like another little fresh one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah, obviously a fresh one.
Cool. You make your way down this passageway. It twists and turns through the rock. Seems now that you're into caves that have been created, which again you would recognize as a very, very common kobold technique, that once you've got through that bedrock, once you've found natural cave systems that exist, it's not so much about creating them as it is about using their natural qualities. And so again, this seems to have been where it has been tunneled with as little intrusion into the rock as possible. Fewer marks of tools, claws. And this one curves to the left and again there is another fork, left and right.
I takes the little pebble, throws it to Owen.
Right. My false nails make flipping coins
Well,
so difficult.
the good thing is we haven't set a precedent that will acknowledge how people flip coins. I think
no.
I'm flipping weird.
No, I'm actually not going to do it. I think Ben do it, only because I actually don't want to break a nail.
Okay.
And
Also, the
that
great thing is I cast Mage Hand. It's been longer than a minute, so the whole the thing just dropped.
Oh yeah, I mean you can essentially keep casting it.
I could, but no, I
After-
just dropped it.
yeah.
You didn't get the reaction you wanted from
Who
people.
flips a
did you?
coin
Who,
like that?
now I'll point out that
I could have done
so
that.
for our audio people joining us, that is a weird
I
way.
wasn't
That
going to
is-
say
You've got to
anything.
flip. You got to flick with
Yeah.
the thumbnail. You don't flip.
Yeah, that's
I wasn't
right.
gonna say
you
that,
don't
but
throw
that
it up
was
like
genuinely
it's
weird.
like it's
Okay.
frying
Throw it
pan
up
and
in
it's
the
Shrove
air.
Tuesday.
Okay, fine.
Oh, did it go down?
It's stuck in there.
It's stuck in the dice tower.
The dice tower. Get in there. It doesn't.
It won't go down. It
It
won't
won't
go
go
down.
down.
To talk to me about
How did you manage that?
Yeah, I
Dunno,
just don't think you could ever come free for again. If I'm being honest, after that.
Yeah, I can. That looks cool. Well, sorry, I'll flip it like Aoife did.
That's
That was cool.
what was wrong with that? I don't
Wow.
understand.
Little web.
A web. We goes that
then
scratchy
points.
turn.
I already did that. I was like, stupid.
I'm making a mental note of these things and one here as well.
No, that's a physical note.
Did we? I know. Did we take a left or
You
right
went.
the
You,
first
so
time?
originally you went left, then you went
Right.
right,
Yes.
and now you've gone left.
While we're kind of like gathered around, because I feel like Parvis is still quite tense, I'm gonna maybe like try and take his mind off it a little bit and just be like, Parvis, what was Mount Atria like when it wasn't all, you know?
When the virtuous left Alvelion, their powers were already beginning to fade. They could not summon a city, not of the stature and grandeur, the beauty of what was once above us. And he sort of looks up to the now blighted, ruined, crumbling city. But a palace? A palace was within their power. Towers that pierced clouds. Skies filled with stars. Sunrises and sunsets of such vivid color. The whole palace, white walls, white snow, seemed to glow like parchment painted with the most vivid hues. It was remarkable.
What do gods do all day when you're not, you know, staring at sunsets or stars or...
I made fewer journeys than most. In Alvelion, they instructed. In Atria, it was more silent study, discussion. They knew their powers were fading. They wished to understand how. Whether there was magic that existed in the world to slow their decline. They found nothing.
So just waiting to die?
As each generation of mortality grew and begot more generations and yet more, they felt their powers draining. Of all the mistakes they made, perhaps the greatest thing they did was allow that decline. They did nothing to slow it. They did nothing to stop it. They realized it was their destiny. It was their punishment. And so, yes, they waited.
Did they ever leave?
Atria.
Did they ever go beyond the Alanites? The prison they made for themselves?
If they did, they has not told me.
Seems like they didn't tell you a lot of things.
You are right.
Didn't tell us anything.
We thought we knew it all. I think there were those of us who knew more than others. Gronoth and Olin. There. That was a true friendship, companionship. Malakine and Alakash. Others, the relationships were more tempestuous. 1,000 years is a long time to know anyone. 1,000 years is a long time to keep secrets.
You were Themself. You two were at odds.
Almost always.
1,000 years is a long time to be at odds with anyone.
It is far harder to repair a broken friendship than it is to strengthen it while it is strong.
One thing about keeping secrets makes you real lonely.
It does. It is why I sought out Carvilius. It was too much for me to be alone. In the last dozen deferences, Themself would not meet with me. I would simply wait, and then return with the others. Themself had kept themselves away and apart by then, even from the other virtuous.
Do you think Themself a traitor?
No. That they did what happened, that it was them.
No. But do you think that they could?
Themself cares for the kobolds. I think perhaps Themself was the one above all the virtuous, whose loyalty to their own kind was the most passionately felt. And then, almost as if you have raised the possibility of something that Parvis has never considered before, he says, I think there is probably nothing that Themself would not do to save their kind.
That sounds to me like a good god.
Sounds to me like a dangerous god.
There are no gods that do not have danger. That kind of power is... I think now I understands too much to be contained by one.
Well, after what we found at Atria, there are no gods.
Well, there is one. And we needs to meet them.
Yeah. Wonder if they'll even want to. I've got a funny feeling they won't be happy to see you.
No. But I brings a little lost lamb with me. And he looks at Parvis. He looks at I.
They might not like meeting I.
You has done nothing to offend himself.
I is thinking what Themself has done to offend I.
Ah. Yes. Autonomy.
Honor you?
It's a dragonborn word. I don't understand what it means, but Carvilius would say it when people did bad things.
A ton of you.
A ton of me.
A ton of you.
I'm gonna again just pull out my dagger and switch back to that. It's not like I'm going like
No.
It's just literally just like a little.
Okay.
Just enough to grate
And
open
as you're doing that, you're starting to make your way down this passageway to the left. And you're listening, and it's this kind of, as it's moving along the rock face, and then suddenly it echoes.
But it stops.
And you look down to your right, And there is a tunnel, a crudely carved, dead straight tunnel. The passage continues on, but in this tunnel there is... Roll me perception. Just from eye at the moment, because eye's gone ahead. 13. You stop tapping. With a 13, you're not sure if it's the echoes of the last of your own taps? Or something else? But there is the barest. Almost clicking.
I walk into you, and I want to send you flying down this tunnel.
Great.
Is that great of?
Bastard.
Nothing good, chitters. Nothing good.
I don't know.
You just being contrary for the sake.
Yeah.
I tap Elwyn on the shoulder. I say, why have we stopped?
I don't know, but I guess we're gonna find out pretty soon.
And you all see as you join eye this smaller tunnel. It's not tall enough. No, actually, yeah, it is. It's the height of a medium-sized humanoid, but no bigger. It looks to have been... It's a very functional hollow. Moves through, quite unlike anything you've seen down here. And...
A little worm.
You flies down. And you have dark vision, but you don't have limitless dark vision. So this little owl silently slips down.
And also, I had a thought about this because I kind of went and used this for the first time, and I hadn't really put much thought into the flavor of it. And what I have thought about since is that when I does this, his body temperature drops.
Mm-hmm.
And as he does so, there's sort of almost a slight blue kind of starts to come through a little bit on the scales.
Mm-hmm.
And his breath, you just see that sort of like on a cold morning.
Yeah, fogging
you
out.
just see a little bit of, every time he breathes, a little bit of mist.
And you fades into the dark. And you are walking, which means you can control you. And this skittering, this tapping, this cracking, scratching gets louder and louder. And at the end of a tunnel, roll me a stealth check using use stats. Which is, I believe, how this would work. As a once you've walked, it's almost like a wild shape with animal companion.
Just going to...
Do I have to make you a U card? Like a
100%.
Yeah, I should
I
make
think
you a
you
U
card.
card.
So we can use this moment while Alex is looking it up to show the little the Hank card that Hollie made. Hollie made
Great.
the card.
They made a Hank card.
That is a 12.
That is a 12.
Yeah, I'll make a U card.
What do these things have as
What do you mean things?
Okay. 13 is their passive perception.
Shit.
You see these quadrupedal, I don't actually know the word for 6 arms, sextupedal. They're like, their bodies are not dissimilar at first to the basilisk that you saw the first night you met your companions, but they have shards of, they seem to be made almost of the earth and of shards of crystal. And on the protruding out from this quadrupedal body is like a torso with arms and claws, and they are scratching and hacking at the rock. And they are making swift progress through this rock. And as you swoops close, their heads snap over, and There are two of them. One of them flings a clawed hand out. Sorry, that was cocked. That is a 17 to hit you.
11.
And that is 5 force damage.
It only has 1 HP.
Yeah, 1 HP. So
Okay.
immediately you disappears from existence currently.
Okay.
And
I turns around and says,
I
everyone, I need to
is-
wait an hour.
I comes back into his own body.
Wow. That was so unnecessary.
You have to say returns. You have to say returns. Oh, jeez.
That was
They come
such
first
an
in return.
unnecessary boy thing to do.
Was it?
He does it all the time.
It's a boy thing.
So I
Come
just,
back all the time.
and having experienced this as if it happened to himself.
It actually feels like dying for a
Yeah.
second. It's your consciousness is so within this
Yeah.
little owl that it's like you die.
Yeah, and you see the breath as it rapid, quick breathing, but over the few breaths sort of returns back to non-cold, non-mist.
There is something down there. I do not know if it knows we is up here, but I does not know if it is safe to let it live. I does not know if it is safe to goes after it.
Is it coming this way?
I does not know. There was
And for those listening, holding up a claw on each hand.
Papa says, "We must teach you to count."
Maybe counting before reading.
11.
And seeing Radiant just goes,
11. Although he's assuming that your mouth meant 101.
This many of them?
this many.
Okay. Do we want to?
No.
No, we don't. But we don't want them coming after us either.
Well, if they don't know we're here, then we can just move on.
They're not going to be the only things down here.
What happened to you?
We will meet you again soon.
Can't wait.
Did they see you?
They saw you.
I was not there.
They saw us. We, I, and you.
Keep going. We're not done here.
You wanted this.
We're not,
made
no,
your
we're
bed,
not done
baby.
here.
You
We're
made
not
your
done.
bed.
You can't back out
Wait,
now.
yeah.
This is
Everyone
roleplay.
understand.
I made my beds, and you will all laugh. But I does not know if they knows that we is up here. Whether they knows to comes this way.
and I want to focus my attention to hear the scritching and scratching and see if it's making any return up the tunnel.
You can roll perception. 4. You can't tell.
We needs to make a decision. Do we go or do we tries to deal with them? We does not know where there's going, if there's looking for something, if they is looking for tribe. We does not know.
Let's keep walking.
They're just digging. Maybe they dig. Maybe they eat whatever they dig. Like, we're in their territory. Just let them keep digging. We don't need to go down that corridor. We've got this one. We don't even know if this is the right one. Or we've been flipping coins to figure out which direction we've been going in anyway.
Rocks is rock, and there's rock everywhere, so pick a direction and.
Let's just not pick theirs.
Yeah.
Radiant walks off down the main road.
Yep.
And the rest of you follow.
For once, I agree with him.
Begrudgingly, yes.
And weirdly, I is not going to catch up and lead it because I is suffering again for the first time this feeling of ownership and then this loss, even though it's temporary.
Yep.
This idea of something that belongs to I being gone.
Mm-hmm.
And it's weird because it's like he suddenly feels like he's lost an arm, but it was an arm that he didn't know he had
Yeah.
to begin with. Do you know what I mean? It's like, oh, I suddenly realize I've got this, but then it's the phantom.
Yep. Like phantom limb syndrome.
I think I'm gonna just gently tap Kelnis on the arm and be like, I think maybe walk near the back just to make sure they don't. You catch things more than the rest of us. I'll walk with you, but you know.
So is Radiant at the front?
Yes.
Okay.
I just hung out, ready to lick.
A pocket full of mushrooms.
Yeah, where I was sort of running with the dagger along the wall.
He dropped that mushroom about an hour and a half ago.
Wiping my tongue along.
Okay.
Looking for safety.
If you said licking for safety, and I
He
was like,
did. Yeah, no, he did. No, he did. Yeah.
Oh, that wasn't a joke.
No,
Licking
oh,
for safety.
Okay.
I smell a merch drop.
Not on my watch.
So you continue
Oh.
down this tunnel that has been made in harmony with, rather than sort of violently against the natural formation of this rock.
The rock shapes us just as we shapes it.
Very good, I'll write that.
What?
Sorry, what?
He said it in Draconic.
I said the rocks is shaping us, and we does the shape of it.
as well.
It sounds good, but you think, like, on reflection, it doesn't make that much sense.
It doesn't really translate.
It sounds better.
Give him a break. It is
It's just-
beautiful in our tongue.
Saying something in reverse doesn't really always
Kel,
make
you're
it.
moved by the Draconic more than you can measure. Your parents appearing in that reconciliation pales in comparison with, with the profundity of this moment. You continue down this corridor, and you enter Radiant.
You enter Radiant?
You enter Radiant trips. Radiant trips. His robes for a moment billow up around his head. The entire party enters. The entire party enters Radiant.
And I say, not like this.
It's like, this is the result of us not having recorded together, being all
It's
together.
so pathetic.
We've been fine, actually.
Yeah.
No, I think a lot of this has been fed by energy from the other side.
It really has.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I said what I said. So,
Guys, can we do some serious roleplay? You're inside me. What are you going to do? Flip a coin?
It's all one of those
Same
episodes
time.
of Magic School Bus where
Yeah.
they got struck
Radiant's
down
more
and now we're like
gaping
going
than this tunnel.
It's like crazy therapy you're going to have to go through.
Yeah.
Oh, right, I'm sorry. Is that where we're drawing the
wow,
line?
Wilson.
Too far.
Do you want to flip a coin as to which hole you go into?
No.
That's not how you flip a coin. Do it properly.
Into the natural six.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they're calling it.
So, you go into this. With Radiant leading, the tunnel opens into a high-ceilinged cave. Radiant, roll me perception. You're there before everybody else.
13.
13. You can just about. You hear your footfall, and you hear that sound of that echo change from the kind of narrow, compacted echo of a corridor to this cavernous space. And instinctively, you look up, and in the ceiling of the cave above you are like innumerable small holes. You can't quite tell why they're there. And the rest of you join Radiant in the edge of this space. You know exactly where you are. Exactly where you are. Do you want to tell everyone where you are? Or you can just keep it to yourself. It's totally up to you.
This is where a tribe will gather to tell the stories, to tell the histories of Kobold. This is our place.
This is your hearth chamber.
Is it literally mine? Is it like, does it look, for all intents and purposes, like the one?
Exactly.
It is.
And there are paintings in blood and charcoal, burnt charcoal on the walls. And there are these Pictures that tell the stories of successful hunting trips and daring escapes.
This is ice, hearth, but
You've been here.
I grew up here. But this... Is this a trick?
I does not know.
I looks up at the dome and the holes.
The smoke. These holes leads to many on the surface. It hides where he is. He needs the smoke to leave, but kobolds cannot give away where they are.
That's clever.
This spreads the smoke and keeps us secret and safe. And this is where we gather as one. Not as the number that I don't know. As tribe. There we go.
As the informal first person, as the formal first person pronoun.
You're learning to count.
And holds up all the fingers on his hand and goes,
1.
It's quite a kobold sentiment, actually.
He's learning to count, but it is incorrect.
He's confidently counting.
He's clearly an idiot.
But how is I here? Is this actually ice hearth?
Why does he think it's a trick?
How could it be his hearth? He does not want to know where he's going.
This is not the way in that I normally goes.
When was the last time you were here?
I does not know time.
A long time?
Too long?
Seems like they didn't just abandon you. They abandoned this whole place.
Can I look around and see if there's anything on any of the wall that might tell of anything that's happened since I left? Any that feel unfamiliar?
Roll me investigation. With advantage, you know this place incredibly well.
Mm-hmm. It's a 13.
13, okay. With a 13, I will say this. You, in order to, this is a space that could hold, not that you would attach this quality to it, but about 200 kobolds for them to gather. And this is not where everyone would sleep or where everyone would do all their activities, but this is like the hearth. This is the hub of the caves, of the caves where you live. And with these ventilation holes, this cave covers a really wide area. The hearth's in the wrong place. The hearth's where you haven't been there for a period of time. But they moved the hearth not long before you left. They just moved it to a different section of this cave. It's in the old spot. And you would move it on a semi-regular basis so that if there were any smoke, it wasn't coming up in the same place every single time. And this seems to be a little off, a little old. It's not exactly as you remember it. Everything else is, but the hearth is in the wrong place.
Something is not right. Something is. If this is the hearth cave, if this, then where we are is.
And trying to kind of, using gestures, trying to show that it's just off, something is not right, like that kind of feeling of uncanny valley.
Yes.
That kind of feeling of it's just off its center point and something isn't quite sitting right.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just kind of like walk around the perimeter just looking at the pictures on the walls?
Yes. Roll investigation.
4.
So you don't get anything more than you would just by looking at them, but you can see all the kobolds are painted exactly the same. Some of them have fish. Some of them are holding animal pelts. Some of them are sitting around telling stories. It's very simple. It's almost kind of parochial. There's nothing sophisticated or particularly narrative-driven that you can detect. There would be openings leading into various other chambers of this space. There aren't. There is one tunnel filled with rocks, looks to have been caved in. So if you've come in at 7 o'clock on the clock, you discover a tunnel that's been caved in at 5 o'clock on the clock, and then you discover another tunnel at 11 o'clock.
Can I would like to go up and inspect on the drawings.
Yes.
I would like to do an Arcana check, if that's...
Yes, and what would you like to attempt to detect?
Check the Arcana, Harry.
No, very good.
I want to check if this feels like an illusion. If it feels like something that has been... If the idea of the cave is more magical than it is physical, if it's like...
Is it really here, or has it been augmented by magic?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Roll me an Arcana.
While he's doing it, I'm gonna be like, what are these meant to be? Is this just the story of your tribe?
This is the story of all of us. When a kobold brings food, that is plenty.
Is every day in the tribe the same?
No.
I mean, do you have, I don't know, holidays? Do you celebrate things? Or is it just...
Holidays.
Yeah, like if something good or happens, or, you're wanting to remember something that happened before.
We sits around the hearth and remembers when we feels we needs to.
Okay.
Perhaps this is a different tribe's home hearth.
14.
14. This does not seem to... There is magic in this cave. That was evident from how you entered the space itself with the illusion. You don't sense that there is magical energy emanating from, say, the pictograms on the wall as if they are illusory.
And they definitely feel like they are the ones that I know on my...
Roll me an investigation with advantage.
Because I'm chatting to him and sort of evoking his memories of this, can we say I'm helping him?
Yeah, well, I can't stack advantage.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll tell you what, I'll let you add a d4.
Yeah.
Oh, in that case...
and also, I've never given out inspiration. You can have DM's inspiration.
18.
18. They haven't been... You look really, really closely at some of these. Here's a question. Are there any sections of these pictograms that you would have painted?
Yeah.
Okay. You find a section that you would have painted, and it's slightly different. The images are the same, but it's as if it's like an imperfect copy.
Mm-hmm. This is like a remembering of a place, not of the place. This is likes. When you seize a place In your sleep.
A dream.
It feels right and wrong.
This isn't your home.
No.
Then what is it? Why make an almost identical copy of your home?
Maybe they were running from something.
And they...
Maybe my tribes tried to remake home. And they did it as best they could. But it could never be home. It could be close, but never it.
Maybe that means we're getting closer to finding them.
Describe for me again the tunnels that lead off.
You came in through 7 o'clock. At 5 o'clock is a tunnel which looks to be filled with loose but plentiful large rocks, as if caved in. At 11 o'clock is another tunnel. That's it.
Can I go over to the 5 o'clock one and have an investigate the rocks?
Yes.
I want to see if I can, A, see through the rocks at all, or see kind of like any evidence of whether that was purposefully caved in, or...
Roll me an investigation check, please.
14.
14. You cannot see through them. You look at the ceiling of the cave and you can see cracks, stress cracks that are just kind of reaching beyond. Sorry, I should say the tunnel, not the cave. It's important that this cave is not cracking or falling. But you can see just at the top of the roof of the tunnel, sort of stress cracks that seem to have formed that lead further into the tunnel. That's what you get with a 14.
I can't really make anything out.
It seems right that if they did not want to be followed, they might block up a tunnel.
So you're thinking this is the way that we want to go?
They could have been stopping someone coming from that direction.
They could, or they could be trapping something in.
They could have been escaping those things.
You want to find out?
I would not like to leave them in there if they is in there.
I'm going to turn around and cast Shatter.
Thought you might.
Uh-oh.
Brilliant. No, brilliant.
Says it. Says it.
No.
It casts!
Do you know what? I don't do that. I let I just like...
I takes one rocket.
Start digging.
I pointed at it and goes,
You cast, you shatter.
Do you want me to cast it or not?
So inanimate object automatically fails the save, or it does it with disadvantage. These are just actual rocks. I don't see how a rock could beat your save. It is not a creature, it is an object. And how much? What is the sort of area of effect?
Well, it's a sphere.
It's the sphere.
Sphere. And it's, let's have a look. It's 60 foot. Yeah, 60 foot. Well, sorry, the range is 60 foot, the area is 10 foot.
Okay, so a 10-foot sphere, so a
Yes.
5-foot radius sphere. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that is enough to put it in the center of these rocks and not disturb the ceiling.
Do the click.
And I'm going to look at Radiant and be like...
You blast your way through these rocks. And the rest of you watch as they... It's pretty much the coolest way you've ever seen the spell cast, that what it does is these rocks almost turn into sand and just slide down towards you, and you're stood in... Like the last... When you go to a beach... and it hasn't fully become sand. It used to be pebbles, it's kind of on its way to sand, but it has those tiny pieces of stone and shell within it that just make it that little bit more coarse.
There you go.
I steps up to the top of the breach tunnel and just goes, just sort of tries to send a little sound down to see if I can hear if it, like any sort of, if it's just the sound disappears off down a long tunnel.
Roll me perception.
19.
It does. It continues to go down a tunnel, and you put your eye, the organ, not the you, to, you sort of peek above it, and you can see that you could clear enough of a space now to, the cave-in doesn't last all the way down the tunnel. If you could clear the kind of top half dozen rocks from here, you could find a way to squeeze all of you through.
So I begin to clamber up then. To physically clear, or you mean clear as in climb over?
No, physically clear.
Okay, so I begins at the top with the smallest one that I can find for my size and strength.
Yeah.
Begins to sort of toss them down and try and clear a space at the top to get through.
Who's helping, and is anyone staying in the cave, or is everyone helping with this tunneling?
I'll stay in the cave. I'm like,
I'm hanging back a little bit. I'm listening for the potential approach of these critters
Roll me perception.
we never saw.
Don't know that's
Not one.
Oh no.
Cool.
You had one job, Doug. Like, what the
Put you at
fuck?
the back
So
because of perception.
the as you start to try and listen out down the corridor from which you through which you entered this space, the first rock, Dolly casts her shatter, and
She casts.
and course.
Must you take everything from me? I just this is my one opportunity. Cool.
It was caught this kind of coarse sand sort of spreads out, and you turn your head towards that, and then do you hear something down the corridor, and then the first rock is thrown. You can't hear, discern anything. Dolly is with you, or sort of close to you. Parvis will go up and start helping try and shift the rocks.
I will go and help.
Radian, what are you going to do?
Yeah, I'm not going to get my hands dirty. I'm going to let you watch. And loiter back.
So let's all do some athletics checks, please, the three of us. -1, which becomes a 4. A 4 from Parvis. This is not Parvis's skill set by any stretch of the imagination. How about Elowen?
It's like a 22.
22? 18. Yeah, I'll say with a combined 40, you guys managed to clear enough of these rocks that you'd be able to squeeze through. Cal, roll me a perception check.
24.
Oh no.
There's a skittering, like a clicking and a cracking of claws on rock that seems to be coming closer.
Guys, I think we've got company
Which direction?
behind us.
Where you came from.
Behind us. Where we came from.
Okay, we've been followed.
All right. Want to keep going? Maybe.
You think I'm going to outrun them?
No, but we could. You guys are doing your digging thing. We could throw the rocks back down and block where we came from, right? A little bit.
The rocks are sand.
Yeah, you're welcome about that. Okay, fine.
We would stand a better chance against an enemy in this open space.
Yeah, when you're right, you're right. Yeah, I'm gonna take out my dagger then. Turn to face wherever the sign's coming from.
So I'm going to say you guys have you've heard them coming. You guys have a 1 round, if you like, to position yourselves. There are stalagmites and stalactites. You can be in the tunnel. Where do you guys want to be as you wait for these things to emerge?
I probably want to try and find somewhere I can hide where they're going to enter by. So in theory, they'd walk past me without seeing me.
Yeah, that is very possible. So on the southern edge of this tunnel, as it joins the cave, the wall of the cave bows out, and you could put yourself So you would sort of be behind them if they walked past. That's possible. Anyone else got any specific positional?
I want to be directly opposite in the cavern. I want to be directly opposite the entrance they're likely to come from.
Yep.
And I call Hank forth.
Great, absolutely. Dolly?
I will, as long as I have...
With his card.
Little card. As long as I have eyeline to where they're coming from, if there's any higher ground I can hop up onto.
Roll me an acrobatics to see if you can... There are stalagmites. No, hang on. Stalagmites go up.
Yeah.
Tights
Tights
hang down.
Down.
They hang on
Tights
tight.
do both, right?
Well, yeah, you
anyway,
pull up tight, right?
They've got to hang on tight.
Oh, very good. So you can try and sort of get yourself,
Acrobatics, yeah?
up to the kind of...
That's 17.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll say that you can kind of position yourself on this little mound of stalactites. Stalagmites. Radian?
I'm going to stand directly in front of the thing that's the tunnel they're coming from.
Okay.
Bait. You're going to be bait.
And I?
I'm going to take the other side
Okay.
of the tunnel, like sort of against the wall.
And Parvis is going to sort of see if he can... he cannot get up, but he kind of goes to the same sort of area as you and hides behind those stalagmites.
And for the first time, I click my heels for a perfect 10 rounds.
Oh yeah, out of combat, baby.
And I have 10 rounds of...
So
Speedy boy.
you start...
So, double speed.
You wait, and you hear this. It gets louder and louder and louder, and these creatures hove into view, coming out of the dark. They are exactly what I described, these bipedal masses of earth and crystal, with then almost like an elemental crystal centaur, with this humanoid torso and arms protruding from them, these narrow slitted eyes and a mouthless lower jaw. And that is where we'll take a little break. We're gonna come back with some combat. We're gonna do an advert now. It'll be good.
Yeah.
Promise.
I think so.
They'll be fine.
Nice. Hello, people of the internet and the Six Pack in particular. We are Natural Six.
Hello.
I mean, you know that at this point. I mean, you are actually halfway through episode 26, which is the closest episode that is releasing to...
26?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's a lot.
Should we go again?
No.
Keeping that in?
Keep going.
So, episode 26 is the closest episode to our 1 year anniversary, our D&D birthday with our fantasy candles, which is April the 2nd. And so we just wanted to record a little message to say, Thank you. I mean, it's wild. Like, we are now a year into telling this story. We are a year into going on this adventure with each other. I mean, even more when you consider that we played Session 0 and the Kickstarter, but like, Reliquia has been a real thing that's existed for a year.
Because of you.
Because of you.
Because of you.
So we just wanted to say thank you.
Yes.
Thank
and
you for
say how
letting
much
us-
we appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for letting us finesse the entire internet into like allowing us to all play D&D and be silly together.
Yeah.
With, like, high production. That
Yeah,
was-
high production.
Yeah, I think
Hi. Cheers to that.
Absolutely.
To many more years after this one.
Absolutely. And thank you to all of you who've supported us on Patreon as well. Without you, we literally wouldn't be able to keep Natural Six Towers open for business. So thank you so much. Here's to many, many more years and many more adventures in the world of Reliquia. Bye, everybody.
Brother, second half of 26.
Can I put my trousers back on?
No.
Leave them off.
And we're back.
What a great ad.
A great ad.
was so
I
good
couldn't
to-
I
it
couldn't
was
believe
so
we got
good to
that
see
one
it
past
again.
them either. I don't know which one.
I think it's one from the library.
We're into
I think it's the
library
library.
ads
It's the
now.
library now. Basically, we got told that, please stop.
Please see.
We got very politely sat down and said, please stop making us make them.
Yeah.
You have enough.
You have enough. Just
If
recycle
you
them,
need
baby.
a new one, we'll let you do it. But he has to stop.
If you want more of them, you're going to have to give us more money.
Actually,
I mean, that is actually. It's an ugly way of expressing the sentiment, but that is the long and
It's
short.
actually the reason why we can't keep making them is they do cost money to make.
So, these creatures move down the corridor, this tunnel in the rock towards you, and as they emerge, everybody roll initiative. Anybody get higher than a 20?
I got a natural 20.
I
but
did
would've
too.
rolled- Oh, did you?
Natural 20, and your dex modifier is
Plus-
+3?
Well,
Plus 6.
yeah.
Your dex
Oh,
modifier?
sorry, plus 3 because I'm a
plus
plus
3,
6.
and yours is?
The same
Plus
as
3.
Yeah.
So roll off.
Whoa!
Okay.
And then actually fight.
I got a 10.
She beat me by 1, or is that a 6? It might have.
No.
Is it a 9 or a
The line
It's either a 29 or a 26. I can't read the die.
Right.
Okay. So that'll be
Did you put blanks in?
LON. Then that'll be
No.
Kelness.
No. I know I
need
forgot
it.
to do something else as well, but.
Quick save.
higher than a 15.
Yes. Go on. No,
You
go
go
on.
first.
No,
I
go
got
on.
an 18.
Oh, I got a 19.
Oh, amazing. Oh, and also Parvis needs to roll. Parvis did pretty
No,
good.
there's no you.
There's no you.
Aww.
18 and a 19.
Yeah.
Ooh.
19, 18.
Yeah.
19
18.
for
No,
you.
19 for me, 18
I
for
apologise.
18 for me.
Oh, we rolled high.
No, we didn't.
We're bound. Oh.
No,
That's fine.
What do we get?
10.
10.
Don't be angry about that. Sometimes it's really nice to bring up
Yeah.
the
It's
rear.
a +4.
Shut up.
Well done.
I bring up the rear all the time and have a nice
know.
time. You get to survey the battlefield.
And now we're all bringing
That's how
up
you
your
entered the
rear.
space.
So is everyone in my ass right now?
Yeah. Everyone, this is all taking place in a
Basically, what we've done is we've taken the bag of holding, put that.
Oh my god. I don't even like that you've
So,
given me thought.
so Elowen, I'm going to say that initiative starts when essentially you guys can see them, and you are hidden behind the hidden off to one side, and I is hidden off to the other side. But I'm going to just say you are aware of everything that's going on rather than making you peek. There is a stiffening in Radian, which indicates that these things have reached 30 feet from you.
Hold!
So, at the moment, you are behind this, sort of behind the edge of this tunnel from which they're going to emerge. That is your turn. You can hold actions, or you.
Yeah, I'm going to hold action until it essentially walks past me.
Okay.
So I would emerge behind it to take my action. And
Very
attack.
good, very good. And I will let you do that with advantage, I will say. Oh, I tell you what, roll me a stealth check. This won't count towards your thing. If you beat their passive perception, which is 13.
I do. I roll a flat. That's a 14 before I add
Okay,
anything.
so
yes.
you can have advantage on that first attack as a sort of sneaky attack. Not a sneak attack. Darling, I dent tread on your toes. Cal.
Okay. Hank is out.
Why does that sound dirty?
Disgusting.
The energy
What is going
at
on with this
table
episode?
The energy at this table is disgusting.
We've had a little break, we've had lunch, we've had some chicken goujons, we thought everything would be
many
different.
I had a
So many
rant. I went on like a big rant.
You had a big rant?
Yeah.
Well, you've had how many espressos in the last half an
I've
hour?
had 6.
It's showing.
As I was talking, I was like, it's the espresso.
Right. So Hank is out and ready to go. God damn it.
There wasn't even anything wrong with that.
But it's hard not to. Once it's got its claws in you.
I cast flame arrow on my quiver of arrows because I have a longbow now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Bone-based family.
Yeah.
I like to
So
think you like take all of your arrows out of your quiver and just go.
Oh yeah, that's totally how you do it. That's so cool.
So I cast flame arrow.
Yeah.
In the thing,
Then you put them back in. Set yourself on fire.
On the thing.
which gives me 12 flaming arrows to shoot.
Nice.
And can I see them?
Yes, you can.
So I can see. So I cast flame arrow. That's my action. And as a bonus action, I tell Hank to target one of the beasties.
So at the moment they are 30 feet from the entrance to the cave. So they're sort of 30 feet back. So I don't know what the range on the
60 feet.
60 feet. Yeah, I think that's probably about right. I think you said you were a little bit back from the entrance, so we'll call it. Radian is exactly at the entrance. We'll say that.
I thought you were in the middle of the cavern. That's why I'm holding action.
Oh, I thought you were in the middle of the entrance.
I'm ready to go in the middle of the entrance.
Yeah.
I'm ready to.
So Radian is at the level of the entrance. Elwyn and I are to one side. I'm going to say Dolly and Parvis are how many? You're about
A bit further back.
a little bit further back. So should we call it 45 feet back?
Yeah.
And then Kelly's 30 feet back. So 15 feet
From the entrance.
Yeah, 15 feet from the entrance. Yeah. Sorry, 15 feet
So
further on. Than
it's
you.
a ranged attack with Hank,
Yep.
+8 to
There's
hit.
one on the right or one on the left. Which would you like to target?
The one on which one's closest to Elwyn?
The one on the left.
The one on the left then.
Yeah.
I thought you were about to say, I'll take the one on the right.
Yeah, I'll take the one on the right. She'll be
Thanks, mate.
fine.
That's a 22.
Hits.
Okay. And yeah, that's 1d6
Plus proficiency.
plus 3, I think.
Ooh.
1d6 plus 3.
Cool.
Is that a 6?
It can't be a
Yeah,
9.
it's the web logo.
Yeah, so it's a 9.
9. 9 damage.
Our other dice.
Oh yeah, of course.
Nice.
Marvelumps.
Love them.
I know, it's beautiful.
Do you want to take any movement, or are you going to stay where you are?
I'm staying where I am. I'm kind of. I've positioned myself as the first thing they're going to see, really.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially now that a little flaming pine marten has chucked a flame seed at him.
Brilliant. That is the unharmed one of these creatures. That is its turn. I've split their initiative, so it's just a little bit more interesting. It has these things have 40 feet of movement, and what they are going to do, Radian, as you're looking, this thing starts to move towards you, and what you see is it comes towards you in a spiral. Ugh. And it goes, it sort of climbs up the roof of the cave and then arrives back down at you, like clinging like a spider to the rock surface all the way around. And it is going to make some attacks at you with its claws. That's a 24 and an 18.
I cast Instinctive Charm. I use Instinctive Charm.
Go on.
Which is a reaction. When a creature I can see within 30 foot of you attacks me, I can use my reaction to divert it to another creature within the attack's range. So it's going to divert it to the creature that it's next to?
I have split their initiative,
Yeah,
so
so
it is alone with you. The only other ones that it can technically
turns to
see
it
would be
turns-
I or Elwyn.
But if it's
Yeah.
is it whatever what it would be? Would it be 30 feet from the other creature?
Yes, because that creature hasn't taken its movement.
So it would be closest to.
Elwyn or I.
No, fuck it. I cast Instinctive Charm.
Okay. The one on the right-hand side is technically I. But it also has multiple attacks. It has 4 attacks. The next
So-
one's an 18, and the other one is a
And we're all rocking
So,
battle
can I
stars,
say-
by
can
the
I-
way.
is
Can I
a
explain-
dirty 20.
can I explain to
so
you
it
what-
hits 4 times.
Can I explain what Instinctive Charm is? So it's
Can I explain? Just
Sorry,
so you're
I feel
aware
like
of
we're
exactly
not
what
all
I'm
just
trying
saying how
to do.
badass this moment is.
Yeah.
When a creature I can see within 30 feet of you attacks you can use a reaction to divert to another creature within the attack's range. The attacker.
It doesn't have a. The range is only 5 feet. I would suggest it's not 5 feet from I's position.
So it won't do any damage to them.
No, it doesn't have another target. So I would say that will only work if you have another target within range. Otherwise, you're asking it to target rock, and I don't believe that's how the ability is intended to be.
Oh, that's so
used.
rubbish.
Sorry, baby.
So he thinks about using Instinctive Charm.
So this is now This is also now so much damage.
And
I'll tell you.
I read him in this moment and kind of sees the thought cross his mind of rediverting it towards him. I sees this.
Silvery barbs one?
Unbelievable.
You can silvery barbs one of them, sure. That's a 14 on one of them. What's your AC?
13.
13. Okay, so all 4 hit.
How far away is Radian from me?
He is 10 feet from you.
Can't do anything then.
That gives someone else advantage. I'll say Radiant can have advantage.
Oh, honey, he's gonna be dead.
Yeah, well,
What's your HP right now? Because it's not good.
That's 26 damage.
I go down.
We haven't rested.
No, you haven't.
Oh, yeah.
No, you haven't. That is Parvis's turn.
Is this because it hasn't passed in front
Everyone
of me
rolled
yet?
high.
No.
It hasn't passed in front of me yet, has it?
Parvis?
No, no, it hasn't. It's right
No,
because
it's
Radiant
right
stood
there.
in the entry.
Parvis got 12.
Parvis rolled a dirty 20.
Fucking hell.
So did that creature that has a higher dex
Hell.
modifier.
Lots of high. Yeah, everyone else rolled high. Well,
I'll tell you what he's going to do. He's 45 feet away from Radiant. But he watches you fall and turns to Dolly and says, I can help him. And he is going to take 30 feet of movement, which is all the movement he can take. He has something that he can do, but it takes his action to do it. So he gets 15 feet away from Radiant. And that is his turn. I forgot to use a bonus action on that creature, but that's okay. That's my fault. That is your turn. You have this one creature that has just attacked Radiant and has dropped him. You see Parvis scurrying towards him.
Well, he's not within fucking 5 feet now, is he?
He's not.
Shit. Okay. Well then, I'm going to. I'm going to use. I mean, I don't want to be too tricksy because obviously. Go on.
He can get to you. This is ranged at his level. He casts Spare the Dying on you. Spare the Dying, which is a necromancy cantrip, you stabilize at 0 HP. You don't have to roll death saves. You're just unconscious but not dead.
Okay. And unconscious, I don't get the stealth bonus anyway. So I am going to use my bonus action to hide. Or I'd like to try to hide.
Yep. Roll a stealth.
That is below, so immediately make it a 21
Yep.
because I get the
Yep.
thing. I get reliable talent. Reliable talent, which an ability check that uses one of your skill or tool proficiencies you can treat a D20 roll of 9 or lower as a 10.
Oh.
I got a 7, so it just made it a 10.
New
and then I have my
roguey
11.
thing, baby. So you
yeah.
can't roll lower than 21 on stealth.
Apart from in that one.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a nightmare for me.
That's just a skill now that I've got.
Jeez.
Yes. And then I would like to take a shot at the one that attacked Radiant is not the one that Kel hit, is it?
No, it's not.
So I would like to poke out from behind the sort of the entrance of the cave tunnel and take a shot at the one that has already been hit.
Yep.
That is 16.
That does not hit.
And then I would like to. I get double movement for 10 turns. I would like to try and kind of essentially go round the edge, back round near where Dolly is.
100%.
I'm
going to say you can get there quite comfortably. She's 45 feet away, so you can take an easy curve with 60 feet and arrive there. You see that crossbow bolt that you fire, like it looks for a moment like it's going to embed, and then it just sort of like falls out. Like these things are made of crystal and earth and rock and flesh and.
As I see this, I would like to call out.
I think we will have a hard time with the stab.
That's what I'm going to call out to my party. My tribe.
Your tribe. That is Radian's turn. Radian is unconscious, but you are not. You're at 0 HP, you can't do anything, but you are not having to roll death saves.
No, so I let out a little burp.
That is this the other one of these creatures' turns, the one that has already been damaged by Kel, and it's going to run towards Kel. It has 40 feet of movement, so it runs 10 feet clear of the entrance, bringing it past Elowen.
Sneak attack. I don't know what that. I've never.
You don't have sneak attack. I'm just giving you advantage on your first attack because I think it's perfectly reasonable in these circumstances.
I'm gonna need that. No, that's bad. 2 and a 1.
Both miss. You have the rest of your turn though. Like you're holding your entire turn.
Yeah. So
take your second attack.
Fucking hell. That hits. It's 18.
18. Yes, 18 hits.
Yeah. And it hits for 12, thank God.
12 damage. Wonderful.
And then I'll take my dagger attack as well. Oh, I'll try it anyway.
You roll that with advantage.
I do, but that is a 13 plus a 9.
22 hits.
Yeah, so that will be... And that hits for 7.
Okay.
And then I'm going to my bonus action. I'm going to use second wind, and I'm going to take my movement as well.
Okay.
So that is that heals me for 16.
Yep. Nice. Shonky bit. Second wind.
Second wind is a D10 plus my level.
I know we've said this so many times. I've said it so many times. The new fighter absolutely slaps. Like, it's so good.
Yeah, I needed that HP, and now I can actually move 45 feet.
Yeah.
I haven't taken anything.
Yeah,
so.
and I'll say you can move 35 feet because technically I said they moved 10 feet beyond the cave entrance. So I'm going to say it took you 10 feet to get to them.
Okay, fair. Okay.
Nevertheless, 35 feet would take you all the way back to where Dolly is. It would take you 20 feet beyond Parvis because Parvis.
Yeah, I don't want to go that far anyway. I'm just sort of going to move more towards the group, so I'm actually who's kind of closest.
So Kel, you're close to Kel, close to Parvis. Dolly is 10 feet behind you.
Then I'm going to go up towards Kelness and Parvis, please.
Great. So you, in your sort of unconscious state, it's almost like half sleeping, half waking. You can sort of hear this commotion, and the rest of you see Elowyn emerge from hiding, and the first slash, this thing is like skittering along the ground too fast. She slashes behind it, takes a couple of swipes, they miss, and then the next one plunges the sword, like more of a stab than a slash, like into the back near the spine. This thing rears up, she pulls a dagger out, stabs it into the ribs of this thing, pulls it away, and then skirts around the edge and starts to head back into the center of the space. That is Dolly's turn.
How far apart are these two?
They are 10 feet from each other.
I think I need to move towards them a little bit.
Okay,
So
you're 35 feet from one, 45 feet from the other.
Yeah, so I'm going to vault down from the platform that I'm on just so that I can get close enough to both of them. Gonna look at the one that attacked Radiant and be like, hey, if anyone's going to kill him, it's going to be me. And then I'm going to cast Shatter on both of them.
Okay, cool. Is it everything within a radius?
Yeah.
That will also hit Radiant. And Radiant takes...
And she meant it. She's really...
Radiant will start making death saves at that point.
Area of effect
And
spells, man.
the first one will be critical.
Yeah, no, if it's crit, I can't do that. That's too risky.
Love that you thought about it, though.
So I can only...
Spare the dying is a cantrip.
What do you mean? Oh yeah, he can get that. Like Parvis can get there on his next turn, and he would be 2 death saves down. Parvis can get there.
I think sometimes you take the risk.
Okay.
And that's why you're on the floor.
Okay.
Let's go.
So these two. How
would it be 2 death saves? Wild.
Because when you take damage at 0 HP, it's 2 death saves failed, because every hit is automatically a crit. Well, that's actually not why, but that's also a thing. Okay. So, does an unconscious creature still make the save?
Are these guys made of inorganic material, by the way? They sounded like they were made of stone.
I think I have described them in such a way it would be perfectly reasonable
they
for you to assume
automatically
that.
fail.
So they automatically fail. How does it work with a... do you also automatically fail Constitution saving throws with the unconscious condition is my question. We are going to look that up. We're going to look that
This
up.
is fun.
Let me see.
Could I
have the...
You must.
HP, please, baby, because I think I will probably be getting the
Did
old
say I was going
rules.
to kill you.
I don't know if I've actually ever got a book out before. This
This is
quite
really worth it.
interesting.
Can I just say this is consensual as well? I said, please.
Unconscious
Attack me.
condition.
And the Radiant's unconscious goes, cast your shatter.
Cast, yeah.
I'm not doing it anymore.
You're incapacitated prone. You automatically fail strength and dex saves, so you can roll a Constitution saving throw.
Get the.
Yeah.
No!
Yeah. It's quite
please,
right.
don't
We
It's
really
quite
hate
right.
this,
You know what? It
please.
doesn't actually make any difference because he's still going to take the damage at 0 HP, but it's just interesting. What is it? It's a 2. It's a 2. Okay. So he'll take all this damage. What's your maximum HP?
41
Okay,
now.
you
I'm
can't
blighted.
make it to 41, can you, on this? Because
I'm
you're
starting to believe that the town.
48.
Yeah.
Okay, so the highest you can do is 32, so you can't permakill him.
Sadly.
Great. Okay. Well, that's fine. It's fine, guys. What are you worried about?
This is wild and vile, I would say.
There's nothing virtuous about this.
Not a thing. Not a bean.
Does he know that I've done this, by the way? I really hope he does. It's not that much, actually. This is shit. This is
We were so worried it's going to be like
7,
12.
8, 9, 10, 11.
Whoa, that is absolutely rubbish.
4d8. That's so shit.
That's so bad.
We're gonna say she didn't actually want to hurt him.
Okay, so they
at the last minute. She said,
they take this damage. They take it all the way, and then go on, and then that's Elowin's turn. Back round to the top of the order.
I'm just going to keep hitting the one that's... I guess there's got to be one nearer to me now.
Yeah, the
so-
one that you attacked first is nearer to you. You'd have to step forward into me to kind of get.
All right.
So sorry, can I just quickly give Elwin Bardic as well?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
Gladly accept.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to step in towards it. I guess it's the one on the left. I guess we're calling it creature left.
It is. It's down as left, whatever this creature's
Give
name
it a
is.
name.
No, you're the one that named
Stanley.
everything.
Stanley. This is the Stanley Parable expansion.
I'm going to use Bardic straight away on that. And what is Bardic? A D8?
D8.
Thank you. That's much better. That makes it a 19.
See, everyone wins when you remember Bardic
I
Inspiration.
genuinely, every time I've used it, it's been really, really useful.
Yeah, it's not in there by mistake.
And that hits for 8.
Uh-huh.
And that is a dirty 20.
Hits.
And that hits for 12.
Yep. Oh, it's on the floor. If it's not a 20 or a 19, it doesn't count.
No, it wasn't. That hits for 24
Hits,
or something. And that is going to be... And that
Nay.
hits for 7.
Okay.
It was 1 HP now.
Okay. This, again, you see Elowin step forward, almost... It's almost like you lose your footing for a moment on the stone, and then you see this... how does Bardic Inspiration look when it kind of changes the outcome of something?
Ooh, that's a good question. I want to say it's kind of when I use psychic daggers, it's that little bit of pinkish purplish psychic energy that I'm just
It's like my sword
just
blows.
So and also you're underneath your feet. It's like when you're going to take a wrong step, suddenly this little stone emerges underneath the thing and just levers you back into the right position. Hack into it twice. This thing looks so hurt.
Oh,
so
come on.
hurt.
I'm not feeding it so that I can get the kill.
Kel, that's your turn. I nearly called you Kill. Kel, that's your turn. You have this one which is really very close to where you are now. I'm going to say 20 feet from you. And then the other one that's 30 feet away from you, which still hasn't moved from where Radian is lying.
And where's Radiant at in terms of death saves and stuff now?
I'm 2 death saves down.
Radiant's 2 death saves down, so were anything to try and do damage to him, he would be dead forever.
Right.
But you make of that what you will.
a little bit of healing work.
Well, I know, but I've only got so many bonus actions, and these things are still up. So.
You're right, I do deserve to die. You've only got so many bonus actions.
I will say sometimes you do deserve to die. And the fact that you haven't died is kind of extraordinary.
Okay, so I'm going to fire a flaming arrow at the one that Elowin just hit.
Mm-hmm. Make an attack, baby. Tell me about these flaming arrows. How does it...
flaming arrows, yes, they're really cool.
Well, I'll be the judge of that.
Yeah, don't say
we'll all be the judge.
We'll all be the judge
Everything's
of that,
cool when
honey.
it's on fire.
So, in addition to the longbow damage, if it hits, the creature takes an extra 1d6 fire damage.
Cool.
Okay, but on top of this is enhanced bond with Hank, which is another d8.
And what does it say with Enhanced Bond? Does it say whenever you deal an action, do an attack that deals fire damage?
Mm-hmm.
So can you just read me the actual language of Enhanced Bond?
on
It
your
sounds like
card.
you're absolutely correct.
It's actually not. Is it?
No, because it's not part of Hank.
It looks like an
Yes.
invite to a really fancy party.
A Pine Martin party.
A Pine Martin party.
Enhanced
Welcome
bond.
to Hanky Panky.
Whenever you...
Thank you, Hanky's party.
Yeah. I think that's amazing whenever you cast a spell that deals fire damage. Yeah, man.
This is what I was going to ask you about. I was
Perfect.
like, well,
so you gain a
is it the spell
you gain
or
a
is it-
D8 and another D8.
I gain a D6.
A D6
fire
from, a
plus
D6 from
D8.
flame arrow.
Yeah, so
from
I
fire
get my
arrow,
long-
and then a D8 from enhanced bond.
If I hit.
Yeah, so you add so you do a D6 for the longbow if you hit, or is it D8 for the longbow? I think a longbow's a D8, isn't it?
Our longbow is
D8
a
plus 3.
is a D8 plus
It's
3.
D8 plus 3.
And
plus
then
a
another
D6.
D8 plus a D6. Sick, I love it.
Yeah, isn't that cool?
It's so cool.
But I still have to hit it.
Please, miss.
That one.
That's 21.
21. Hits.
So that's 1d8.
That's really
plus
cool.
3, an extra d8.
And an extra
and
D6.
An extra d6.
So why don't you, roll them all together and add 3.
That's 13, 16,
19?
19 damage.
Cal. His thing had 1
And then, as
HP.
bonus
Oh,
action,
I just fell.
and then as a bonus action, I cast Healing Word on Radiant.
Okay. So what you see is like Elowen sort of hacking, slashing, doing all the dirty work, and then one flaming arrow goes into this thing that immediately explodes in a wreath of flame. Elowen's eyebrows are gone, and Kel has another kill to add to the list.
Great.
And another one for the ledger.
Did I kill the creature?
Yeah, it had 1 HP left, yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
Quite clearly had 1 HP. This is insane.
You could have tickled it to death.
Yeah, you
with
could
your
have. Yeah,
wine.
you could have. I mean, I don't know why I made you roll the damage because I just thought it was fun to calculate. But yeah, you'd killed it based on your plus after the damage.
Right. 2d4 plus 5 on Radiant healing. 6, 11.
And is that with healing word? Is that yeah?
Yeah, Healing Word.
Yeah. 11 HP. 11
Yeah.
pup.
I come up and go, did I get it? Did I get it?
What did I miss?
What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
Where are your eyebrows?
That is the. It's the one above you's turn.
I hate it.
Oh my god.
I don't know what it would do, man. I don't know what it would do.
You're
Do
better
you
off
stand
on the
up,
floor.
or are you just lying there?
I stand up.
Play dead. Oh, for goodness sake.
Of course I stand up. I go because I want to pretend like I haven't been knocked down. I stand straight back up.
Oh, Chumbawamba over here.
What? Do you want me to?
Wow.
Do you want me to lie to you and say?
No, it's wonderful.
Chumbawamba.
This is
Yeah,
wonderful.
but I mean, you would, as a you just go,
Oh, that's so
Yeah, go-
no, it's
do
so
something,
fun.
wouldn't you?
It's so
Yeah.
fun, wonderful. So you've just gone down, back up,
Yeah.
jump up. This thing is right next to you. It's gonna take its attack
As he
on you.
stands up.
It's a nat 20. Oh! It's just gonna do 2 attacks and see if that's enough.
Everyone has a Matrix moment. Like Morpheus just going, he's starting to believe.
Oh, I forgot to add some damage to what it can actually do. So I'll just do. Oh wow, that's really bad. I rolled 3 1s on 4d6, so that is 7 plus 6 is 13.
Yeah.
bye.
No, damage.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm down.
Yep. And then it's going to step over your body. It's gonna. Who's closest to it? Parvis, I guess, is closest to it.
How far am I from Parvis?
Parvis was 15 feet from Radiant. You are. Actually.
Am I 5 feet from Parvis?
Yes.
Fine.
It's going to take. 1 attack. That hits, and then the next one misses. So one of its attacks.
And I will intercept that attack.
Okay. And how does that work?
When a creature you can see hits another creature within 5 feet of you with an attack roll, you can take a reaction to reduce the damage dealt by the target to 1d10 plus my proficiency bonus.
By 1d10 plus your proficiency.
Yes.
Okay. So the damage that it does is.
I feel like it looks so fucking cool when Ellen intercepts
Yeah, you've never done this before.
This is
one once
Oh, is this
before,
when you
yeah.
fighting stuff? Was
Yes,
this when you
this is what
fighting
I took
stuff?
last time.
So that is 9. That is 9 damage.
And it says proficiency bonus.
Your proficiency bonus is +4, I believe, at this stage.
Then
It will
I'm-
be on your. It'll be
Then
on
I'm
your
going to reduce it by 9 damage.
9. So it takes 0. Is your proficiency bonus +4? You guys are +4 at level 7. I'm sure you are. Okay.
Yeah, so I just go.
9 damage. So
I
this
just go,
thing,
I
this
don't
thing
think so.
goes to slash into Parvis with its claws, and what is it? You deflect it with a blade.
It literally just take my sword and put it right in between its claws and just push it back.
Amazing. That is Parvis's turn. Just looks at you and says, "Thanks you." Touches you, is going to cast resistance on you, which gives you you can reduce the damage from any reduce slashing damage by 1d4. Yeah. You touch a willing creature and choose a damage type, and then he's going to scurry back behind the little rock. This thing takes an opportunity attack at him and misses. That is Ai's turn.
How big are these creatures? Are they?
They are large.
They're large. So okay, and within 5 feet now. I would like to take a shot with my crossbow and forego one of my sneak attack dice for trip.
Okay.
I want to try and trip this thing, so it has to make a dexterity saving throw. Okay, so I'm gonna.
Can I have the tower, please?
I love the tower.
I know, and that's the problem.
It has
Do you guys not like fun?
a +5.
Fun for me is winning.
That's an 18
Do I need to at
plus
least
5
hit-
is a
need to at least hit
23.
first?
Oh, sorry, baby, but it's got a 23 provisionally on that save.
Okay.
Yeah, you go. I'll tell you what, I'll roll it again.
Alex was heartbroken. Like I could see the.
I'll roll it again. That is so lenient.
It was an 18 to
Hits.
hit.
Yep.
3 sneak attack dice.
That's-
1d8. Sorry,
Well,
I need
do
to
your
do
regular
1d8 plus.
damage.
Yeah.
And then I'll roll.
Oh, for goodness sake. That is an 8. And then my sneak attack is 9 to 11. So 19 overall.
And now it's going to roll.
Nat 20.
That is never rolled before.
Nat 20, nat 20, baby.
20.
That's a 4 plus 5 is 9.
It needs to
You
get
lucky
11.
little
You're
I'm a
so
lucky soul.
lucky.
I'm a lucky bastard.
I think you've bent the rules
I'm
there.
a sweet
I do.
boy. Shout me, call me out in the comments. Call me out. I can take it. Go ahead.
So I want to take a shot that kind of just buries itself into some sort of like, if there's any kind of ankle type thing that kind of just
There are cankles.
cankles in there,
Yeah.
and it just like buckles,
Yep.
and it slips and it hits the deck.
So it's prone.
Yes.
So that's essentially what it has. It now has the prone condition.
Yeah.
Does it land like this then?
And how long does it doesn't it doesn't have a mouth, but you can you can read into like the square brackets.
Let me read it out for you. The trip is, if the target is large or smaller, it must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or have the prone condition.
Cool. And just for clarity's sake, the prone condition, which will be on page 376 probably, of that book. Which
Is that Margot Robbie in The Wolf of Wall Street in that one scene?
Prone is on
has the prone
372. 372, very close.
Sorry.
While you have the prone condition, you experience the following effects. Restricted movement. Your only movement options are to crawl or to spend an amount of movement equal to half your speed.
What does it say about when
Oh,
being
attacks
attacked?
affected. Sorry, attacks
Yeah,
affected.
no, don't worry.
You have disadvantage on attack rolls. An attack roll against you has advantage if the attacker was in 5 feet. Otherwise, that attack roll has disadvantage.
So ranged has disadvantage and melee has advantage now on this creature, and that trip lasts until it stands up, right?
Yeah.
Ranged has disadvantage.
Yes, because the idea is I think something lying on the floor is harder to hit
Yeah.
accurately with an arrow because you haven't got so much of a silhouette to hit.
Yeah.
You've only got like the edge of a body or something.
And then you're down.
Yeah, he's down again.
I would like to use my movement to get round to Radian and use a bonus action to sloppily pour in a potion
Sloppy.
potion of healing.
So you'll roll for it. Roll the healing for a potion of healing. Have I got
It's
a
a
regular?
D8.
Have I got a regular healing? No, I've only got greater.
No, wait, it's for 3d4. Sorry, yeah.
That's
only got-
greater
that's
healing.
greater.
That's greater, baby.
Oh, we only got greater there?
Yeah.
we've only got two
I
greaties.
think potion of healing
It's not a lot.
is
Yeah.
2d4 plus 2.
2d4 plus 2. Okay.
Slappy.
That's
Six.
so 6 overall.
6. He's back again.
I get up
Stands
and do
again.
exactly the same.
And
Hold! They're coming!
He's facing
The
down.
wrong direction.
also, I want to.
I'm trying him with like.
As he wakes, I want to just Like a little slap around the jaw.
Yeah, slap around the door. Roll me a d10. No, I'm joking.
I go down again.
How far away was he with that?
How far away was he from you?
From where I was. I moved 45 feet to where Dolly was.
He was 45 feet away from you.
So in that case, then I would like to use the remaining 15 feet of mine to just move sort of back towards.
You want to be with Radiant because, like,
I'm not
back towards. So that 15 feet will sort of take you back in front.
I'm not
going
to go to the mouth of the cave.
Okay, fine. Yeah. So you're just in that sort of strip in the center where everyone is apart from Radiant.
Yeah.
Great. Radiant, that is your turn. Now I will tell you, this thing does have eyes. This thing does have eyes.
Does it?
If you wanted to.
No. I'm good.
Radiant.
If you wanted to try, I don't know, maybe hypnotic gazing of him.
Radiant licks a mushroom.
It's prone, isn't it? So
it is prone.
So
yeah.
it's a disadvantage on if I was to make an attack.
If you have a spell with a damage dealing spell with a range of touch, you could do it with advantage, like a spell like inflict wounds, or if you were doing a spell that has a range, which has a range of more than 5 feet, it would be with disadvantage. But area of effect spells you could still cast.
Yeah, so I'm gonna turn around and cast Mind Spike on it. So that is a Wisdom saving throw.
This has a +0. And rolled a natural 6.
Yay!
Yay!
Get Mind Spiked.
It takes 3d8.
Roll it.
And the irony is, I now know exactly where it is at all points. I see inside of his mind.
Turns around, confused and
Utility.
no!
Where'd it get
Oh,
Such incredible utility.
can you have a little d8, please?
You can, my darling, which is this one, right?
Thank you.
Little dice.
I want to roll it in the thing.
Okay.
I do 16 damage. And I now can see inside its mind.
See inside its mind.
How does it feel?
It feels cold. It feels cold.
A vibe.
Anything you want to do with movement?
I want to keep looking down at the thing.
Looking for the other one.
Just in case the other one comes. Yeah.
When it burned, it literally burned entirely away.
There's one more!
We're not out of the woods yet. That is Dolly's turn.
Okay, gonna look at this last thing and be like, could have kept digging, could have just gone on your merry way, no, you'll stay buried forever. And her eyes are gonna glow yellow and she's gonna cast Dissonant Whispers.
Sick.
Second level. So that's a wisdom save.
It's an 8 on the die with a +0.
Which is a fail, which
hope
means
so.
it's gonna take a lovely 4d6 damage.
Although you have rolled like absolute stink
I know,
on damage so far.
so I wouldn't get her.
More than 11 and we'll be happy.
But it will have to use its reaction if available to move as far away from me as its movement will allow. That's 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
That's the glass ceiling. Okay, it's going to use its reaction to take... to stand up and then run. It runs 20 feet back towards Radiant. It essentially
it crosses my path, does it?
runs. No, it doesn't, because you're the other side of it. It runs 10 feet back into the tunnel. Radiant, it's going to move through your space, so you can use your reaction to make a melee opportunity attack on it. If you have a dagger or a staff or anything you can stab with.
I don't think I do, no.
You don't have any melee weapon.
I do. I can stab at it with a little daggy.
Okay, stab at it with a daggy, baby.
I've never stabbed
It
it.
just backhands it.
Yeah.
Would someone like to teach me how I would
So
stab it
you
with
would
a
use
daggy?
your strength modifier and your proficiency bonus.
Yes.
So what's your strength modifier?
0.
0. And your proficiency bonus is 4, so you add 4 to the roll.
Yes.
And then you would roll 1d4, and because you have no strength bonus, that would be your
Here
damage.
we go.
I mean, maybe
That was
actually, dagger is finesse, so you can do it with dexterity,
Yeah,
right?
dex,
So you can actually do it with your dex.
Which is much higher.
Yeah, much higher. So your dex is +3,
+3.
isn't it? Okay, so
I roll a 1.
okay, so that's 4 damage.
Yeah.
4 damage. This thing goes well, it doesn't make any noise, but it screams. It screams inside. You hear inside its head. It goes, "Fucking hell!"
As I do.
You hear that these are a couple of normal guys. Right? They've got some weird proclivities. Fuck, Jesus! Oh my God!
As I stand, I go,
Fucking stop! Trying to get away.
Where's your friend?
What?
I'm waiting for your friend.
I see the dagger lessons are working, by the way. I will take full,
Elowin, that is your turn.
I'm just going to go up to it and hit it.
Yeah.
With that.
That's a crit.
She's the one who killed my mate! As you run up.
And that hits for 15.
Elowin.
Yay!
imagine if I'd got the kill. Imagine.
I move past
With a
Radiant. I
four.
literally push Radiant out of the way and go, just finish the job. And I will just take my sword because it's got no jaw, right?
It's got a jaw, but it's got no mouth, so it's
I'm going
got
to take it clean off at the neck.
Yeah. Slashes down on the neck of this thing, and it's something. Your mind spike just like as the head hits the floor. You're like, it's like a signal loss.
Yeah.
It's like a no
It's like with
service.
the head in, you've got like another 2.5 seconds maybe of being able to see before.
And you are out of combat.
Good jobs you stabbed it.
I immediately investigate whatever it is that was that just got its head chopped off. I do it.
Okay. Roll me investigation.
While you're doing that, I'm going to go right up to Dolly and sort of in Dolly's ear just whisper, the shatter was really unnecessary.
What? They did some damage, right?
Yeah. To people you shouldn't have been trying to damage. I know he's winding you up, but that was unnecessary.
Roll me the investigation.
24.
24. What are you trying to discern? What this creature's made from?
Yeah, made from, because I was in its mind and I said it felt cold.
Okay, so I will say that you can glean that this is something made quite deeply of magic. Mm-hmm. Roll me an Arcana with advantage.
That was a 25.
Okay, cool. This seems to be something that is made of the earth and rock of this place, the magic of this place, and there are bits of it that you see are blighted.
Right.
It's like an elemental soup. It's like a sort of elemental. It's like a sort of elemental manifestation of the various forces that are at work here. Both the magic of Themself, and then also with a 25 or a 24, you detect like a good wine taster a hint of blight.
Because I've licked it, right?
You've licked blight before,
Yeah.
maybe.
Blight, just Blight knows Blight.
Blight knows blight. Blight recognised
This is
blight.
Great. I don't say anything to anyone else.
Cool. Merch drop coming soon. Great.
I don't tell them that. Because they didn't even bother fighting. I fought the whole thing.
I don't think I'm going to waste any time. I'm thinking, is this why that was caved in, was to fend these things off, to get away from it? Are there more down there? I'm thinking about the tribe. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty quickly going to try and clamber through that little...
Through that gap that you
yeah.
got.
Aye. Don't you think we should rest for a little bit? I know you need to get to your tribe, but it just seems like, I don't know, could use a little bit of a breather.
You can't fight off wave after wave of those things.
Then you can get your oil back.
It would be nice to have you.
It's like getting a toddler to do something it doesn't want to do. Like, then we can have ice cream.
And I suppose I will not be much use if I is not rested. But the moments we is rested, we is going.
Yep. But We have to have our strength. We don't know what's going to be, what we're going to come up against.
It's obvious we're not alone.
Wow. Might be more of those things. And they weren't exactly easy.
I know, Radiant didn't do much.
I don't know as you got to stab in.
You wield that dagger like a master of the craft.
You learned from the best.
Thank you, Parvis.
You were like a
That
jack in the
I
box.
wasn't talking about Parvis.
I saved your life for a moment as well. You may not remember.
And Akelnis stole my kill. I was all ready to shoot it.
You were ready.
I was ready.
So your kill?
Yes, he stole my kill. A
Very
stole
big
I's
scale.
kill.
Very
Quiet,
big
there's
scale.
still one down there.
Completely on the dead body.
So are you going to rest here? Is that what you'd like to do?
Yeah, I would like to suggest.
I would like to suggest that we rest by these rocks. We're defensible and we can get through the gap.
Well, as long as we can light a fire, I don't care where we rest.
Yeah, you said the smoke, right? We could light a fire here.
Great.
Are there any bits of wood still lying in the hearth?
Roll me a. Roll me. I'm trying to think how long has it been?
I cast Get Wood.
I can't.
No!
In wooden.
In wooden.
Invert wood.
Invert wood.
Stop it, all of you.
Excuse me. Roll me an investigation check on the hearth.
14.
Yeah, I'll say there's some sort of useful wood. Put that in your inventory. Useful wood.
I still have some speed left in the boots, and I'm going to just sprint over, assemble a fire as rapidly as I can, literal fireball, lie down next to it, and it's asleep.
next to the rocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
It's we rest and we move.
And he took that literally.
Eye is out like a light. Who's gonna? I'll say we need to do 2 watches.
Take one.
And I'll take one.
Okay. Parvis goes to settle down with the rest of you, and he, who cast healing spells in that last?
Oh, I didn't actually in that one, but
Cal. He says, who has the power to heal? Show me. And he sort of asks, this won't be expending any spell slots, but he kind of gets you to show how you move your hands when you cast Healing Word and Cure Wounds. And as you do the first cast of it, he sort of takes your hands and just repositions them ever so slightly. Parvis, when he was at the peak of his powers, and his powers will have declined with the collective death of the virtuous, but he would have been one of the kind of great healers of Reliquiae. And he starts to sort of, whether it's the angle of the hand to the wrist, whether it's the positioning of fingers and thumbs, he just makes tiny, tiny adjustments, almost like cranial sacral therapy. But to you, as you're casting these spells, and you feel this well of greater healing move through you. And metagaming-wise, we have up till now been using the 2014 Player's Handbook, which is less healing than the 2024 Player's Handbook. In fact, the die roll is doubled. So for Cal and for Dolly, if that's something.
does Dolly see this happen?
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't seen you cast. Has he seen you cast a healing spell? You did cast one actually back in the. I think you cast Healing Word.
I'd
with
be
the
surprised if he
in the,
hadn't seen
yeah,
it
in the
too.
purple worm camp. So then he.
So I'm watching
Show
her do
me.
this, and I'm like, I sort of bring up the mode of white light that she sort of, and it's like sparkling a little bit. She's like watching, trying to mimic his actions.
And again, he comes over to you and like very carefully, just like this, and now, and you see that mote of white light grow and almost become like silver and golden, and it feels warm in your hands, whereas before it's just felt like body temperature. Now it feels like an accelerant, like something that contains greater power.
Yes, this is good. This is the way.
Cool.
And so your healing word and cure wounds, we're now going to use the new rules, which doubles the die roll.
Actually, I really like the fact that we haven't just switched two rules. We're like weaving them in a way that makes sense within the world. Love it.
Namaste. And that is that done. He settles down to rest by the fire. Dolly, anything you want to do before?
I think I just sit down, sort of just on my own little patch, and I pat my pocket, just confirm that the sanding stones are still there, just because they've been on my mind. And then just, lie down, try to sleep.
And Cal, he hasn't carved a spoon since the sanctum. He hasn't carved anything since the sanctum. And he sits down next to the fire after hanging out with Parvis and Dolly, and he reaches into his bag and he pulls out a piece of wood and he just looks at it.
Where's the wood from?
The wood is a piece of wood that he picked up long ago. It's been waiting. It's a piece of mahogany. And it's actually from Lathi.
Lovely. Dolly, as you start to drift, you hear a message. Would you like me to pass it to you, or would you like to hear it?
Let's all hear it.
You hear the familiar sibilant voice of the spinner. The wasp will return again and again. I can stop him. I can make all of this fly away. And then the message ends.
I'm not a fly anymore, and your words mean nothing to me.
Cool. Elwyn, Radian, who's going first on the watch?
I'll take first.
Okay. Okay, Elwyn. Roll me a perception check.
That is a 12.
12. Sometimes in the 4 hours, from far off down tunnels, you hear noises. You hear what could be the click of claws on the stone and on the earth. At other times you hear what could be wind or breath, but nothing seems to disturb the smoke of the fire, which continues to drift upwards into the ceiling of the cave and through the holes that will disperse it at the surface.
That's fine by me. I think the only thing I would be concerned about is if I felt like anything was entering this chamber. So I know something's out there. I've already fought 2, there has to be more. So I'm not bothered by hearing noises as long as I don't think they're coming towards us.
Mm-hmm.
So I would just continue to wait.
And after 4 hours, you wake Radian, who's been sat in his trance.
Mm-hmm.
Your turn.
Good.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling fine.
Sure you are.
Radian, Roll me perception.
That's a natural 20.
Natural 20. Apologies, we're actually going to need an extra thing because you need 8 hours at the end of this, so we will need one more person, although the rest of you could be awake. Essentially, you would just need to hang around for 4 hours.
Can't I stay up anyway? Because I've already had
You could
4.
stay up for two shifts, give everyone 12 hours.
I don't think Dolly would have been sleeping very well because as tough as she might have sounded on that return message, she wouldn't have entirely meant it.
Mm-hmm. Nat 20.
Mm-hmm.
You hear... I'm going to say there isn't a lot to hear. You hear with certainty that nothing is approaching you. I will give you advantage on your next perception check in this space, by which I mean the caves in general, as you attune yourself to the way... It's almost like when you were in Alvelion, you really screwed up. You did not spot this thing moving towards you. And tonight... in your own way, you are determined not to make the same mistake. So rather than waiting, it's like you study. You consciously attune yourself to the ways in which sound echoes. You take tiny pebbles and drop them from different heights. You log the way in which the sound bounces. And you can hear... You can hear that the chamber, that where you're going to beyond, feels more like a network of corridors than it does a large chamber. I'll give you with a nat 20.
Will everyone after my rest, technically, who's been asleep, will they have had 8 hours sleep? So they'll be up to full. Before anyone takes, before anyone kind of relieves me, very close to the end, so I'm assuming they've had 8 hours. I'd like to go and I'd like to shake Parvis awake. Parvis.
Yes.
I'm sorry to wake you. No. There's something I'd like to ask you.
Yes?
It's been on my mind for a very long time. And I didn't know what to think of it. When we were up there, on Mount Atrium, the orbs, what we heard in them.
He looks at you, confused.
The orbs, on Mount Atrium.
Orbs?
Surely you know what they were.
No.
When we went up to the top of Mount Atria, we ventured further inside, after finding the dead bodies everywhere. And we found these orbs, and I touched one. And we heard voices. Voices of, I don't know, God.
What did they say?
They spoke about many things. Suns, briars, shadows flooding.
Briar I knows. Briar I believes. I has heard of.
What is it?
Protects the fray.
The Fae.
On the far side of the Alanites. It is their defense as the mountains are ours.
What is it?
I has never seen it. Is it a creature? Is it magic? Something of the earth? I has not been beyond the Alanites. Never.
But when I spoke of the orbs, you said you didn't know what they were.
I did not know of these.
Seems like there were many things you didn't know.
No. We were made when the world was young. We Antiqua
young students, young clerics, wise beyond our years, but also, it seems, naive, impressionable, prone to vices of vanity and high ideas. We were the right hand of the virtuous, and we thought we knew it all. But it seems there is much they kept from us. I knows of the Feywild. I knows of the Briar. I knows of the Shadowfell. But these places I has not seen. And these orbs.
And then he looks at you.
Coloured lights in the sky. It was from these. Of course. When we found the bodies, we were so consumed with all that we had encountered that we thought nothing of the light. That was a mistake. Where were they?
Tucked away. Deep. Deep. We had to break our way through, and there was a god.
It is where you found Thalon. You said nothing of these.
No. Because we didn't trust you.
That was wise.
I know back then, earlier today, you brought me back.
I held you where you was.
I need to make a confession. This body doesn't feel like it's mine.
What does he mean?
It feels like who I am and how I feel on the outside are two different things. It's almost like I throw myself into battle because I want to rid myself of this body. Like I don't belong in it. Like it's not mine. I don't know what that means.
This is going to be ridiculously high DC for him. 7.
You is troubled.
Yes.
There is a storm within you. And you rage. Yes?
I think I want to die. I think that if I die, I free myself from this body.
And into what?
I don't know.
There lies the rub.
What I'm saying is I'm sorry if I put people in danger.
Tell them, not me.
I just think they won't want to hear it.
They may not want to hear it the way you says it. That's on you.
And he puts his clawed hand onto your shoulder.
I have seen mortality in all its forms. At its best, at its worst. I have seen what I thought to be immortality in those forms too. Its avarice, its ambition, its cruelty, its goodness, its love. All the darkness and light that there can be inside a soul. I have seen evil I have seen terrible, terrible deeds done by terrible men. I does not see that in you. And I has a longer library than most.
Thank you.
Your story is not finished.
I just walk off.
And as Elowyn gets the last of her rest, the rest of you begin to wake for the morning.
Can I roll my little blighty blight?
I gotta
Yes,
roll
you
mine as
must.
well.
Yes.
What are we doing? 1d4.
Was I blighted?
No.
I don't believe
Oh,
so.
now that we're blighted, it's cool.
So, Constitution saving throws. What did we get from the two of you? That's how we determine
con
who
save.
blight is.
Wait,
19.
5.
Pass.
Lovely.
You have no effects for 24 hours.
Cool. So my HP, my full HP is actually 60, not 58, because I did not apply the tough origin feat when I rolled my HP, which gives me an additional 2 HP per level.
Oh, so you gain it.
So I'm actually gaining HP. No, I should have done it and I didn't. And that obviously offsets me having no constitution, because I get my +2 from the tough origin feat.
Cool. Radiant, roll me a d4.
1.
Okay, you lose 1 HP from your max then.
Faute.
40.
She
He could never.
Anything anyone else wants to do before they?
Calnus. Why does Yolda hate you so much?
I knew Yelda my entire childhood. Yelda is the reason I left my family.
You didn't answer my question.
Once, when I was young, I was in love. My first and last. Yelda was my rival. He loved her as much as I did. We fought. I did not know then what I am now. You saw Yilda's face.
Mm-hmm.
It was burned.
That was you? Did you get the girl?
No. But neither did Yilda. As far as I know.
And now we're all targets. Because you had a love rival.
You could look at it that way. However, there is more to this story. I left my village. I did not think that anyone would understand. I was gone for many years, and when I returned, they were all... there was nothing. I did not even know Yilda survived.
Well,
Can we hear this?
I would say, if you're happy for this conversation to have been, would you like this to have been a private conversation?
I think anybody who's
I'm going to say
Awakened.
Elwyn. I'm going to say Elwyn probably woke up during this, so I'm going to say you will know this information rather than you have to. Yeah, so people can hear this.
Yilda holds a grudge not just for what I did to his face, but for what he may think I brought upon the entire village.
it's a long time to hold a grudge. Long time to deal with the consequences. Hope it doesn't pass on to the rest of us.
This is not something I thought would ever... As I said, I thought Yilda had met the same fate as everyone else.
Cal, it's not your fault.
You're being unusually cruel, Dolly.
I'm just asking questions.
No,
You're not. You're blaming what the web is doing to us on Calness. That we're being hunted because of Calness. We're being hunted because of what we did to the web. Don't put that on Calness. I don't know what's gotten into you the last few days, but that, even for you, that was me. Calness isn't to blame for the mess we're in. He's just in it with us. And if it wasn't the Wasp, we'd send someone else, and you know it.
They're not sending the Wasp.
They'll send something.
The Wasp is something else entirely.
Well, if you've got some information that we should all know, I'd recommend someone shares something.
Where are you getting your information from?
What information?
The information that you want to share.
I'm, again, just asking questions.
Where are they?
Who?
Where are they?
Who?
Those stones.
Why?
They're poisoning your mind.
Are you still carrying them?
Of course I am.
Why? Why would you ever want to have a direct Why would you want to talk to them?
Information.
Information that you can use against us.
Information they can use against us.
Information that we can use against them as well.
It's the web. They have all of the information.
So you'd rather scrabble around in the dark? Not
We're
knowing where
scrabbling
it
around in the
is?
dark now anyway.
Yeah.
There's no information you've got so far that seems to have helped. If anything, all it's done is drive a wedge between everybody.
Knowledge is power
Knowledge is dangerous.
and can be powerful.
Knowledge is tearing us apart. Because the only knowledge we're getting is the knowledge they want to feed you. They want to poison your mind.
I know what I'm doing.
No, you don't.
None of us do.
You do?
You pretend like you do. You act so tough.
And?
Look at you. You're crumbling.
I'm perfectly fine.
No, you're not.
Please tell me more about how I'm feeling.
I don't need to. It's clear for everyone else to see.
Shall we?
Give us the stones.
No.
Give me the stones.
Radiant.
Give me the stones.
I think this does not help.
Fine, then give him the stones.
I'll not be taking orders from you.
If you would have me leave, if you feel that I am a danger,
That's not what I meant, Cal.
Our best chance of survival is together. And the quickest thing tearing us apart is each other.
And the quickest thing tearing us apart is those stones.
It's not the stones, it's the lack of being able to... I'm one to talk, trust each other. You two especially have been at each other's throats since we left Atria.
yes, what is happening?
I wouldn't say we're all friends, but there's certainly been a teamwork between us. And it's kept us alive. And we're falling apart. What you did in that fight.
It's necessary.
It wasn't necessary.
What did you do in that fight?
Don't you worry about it.
What did you do in that fight?
Took a calculated risk.
And what calculated risk was that?
Your death.
Trying to correct old wrongs.
Mm-hmm.
Feeling guilty about bringing me back to life.
She was not trying to kill you, Radian.
No, she was just helping me along the way.
How has you survived? Look at Parvis, he's taking in the 5 of you. How has you lived this long?
Luck, stubbornness, outside help. It's a miracle.
It is strange to me. You 5 has avoided the web, has fought a dragon, has summited Atria, and now, in the caves of a god, beneath a dead city, you squabble. We are deep beneath the earth. Caves go deeper. The Alanites tower above us. Impossibly high, and beyond there are worlds and worlds. And you more than any know the truth of everything. It is strange to me you fight over such small things.
The entire time that this has been going on, I sat back and just listened.
I thought you were going to say I was casting a ritual
Casting
to
a
bring back
ritual.
my owl.
My owl.
Is that what you were going to say?
I sat and just like seething with anger.
He's been going, you keep talking. I'm summoning the owl.
But sitting back, like seething, like just summoning this and like literally seething with anger that this is what they're choosing to do. Right, do you know, like basically, and choosing to stay quiet and just sit. And only on this moment, as Parva speaks and asks that, I says,
Because that's is sometimes what tribe does.
It is all I have seen tribe do. When you fight as one. When you speak as 5 separate. It is strange to me. You have everything you need in each other. And yet you are like snapped twigs, all claiming to be the only part of the twig that matters, to have been the closest to the trunk, the one that will bud, the one that will bloom. You are the same twig, and you are broken by your own hands.
And he sort of shrugs at you. You detect no accusation in. You have not been involved in this. This doesn't seem targeted at you. He just looks at you and in Draconic says, "It is just strange to me."
I do what I can. I do what I can to try and help them see that tribe is all that really matters.
This is a new tribe, a new version of tribe.
It is difficult.
It seems that way.
They speak a lot.
A lot.
Then he breaks into common.
Well, you knows what I think.
I've heard all this, of course.
You've heard the whole thing.
I, for one, have not had a tribe since I left my village in the forest of Lathi. This is now my tribe.
I'm sorry, Gil.
The web's pretty cruel, Parvis. To survive it, you end up becoming whatever you need to be to make it through. And usually you become cold and you become selfish and you rely on the only thing that matters, which is yourself.
Now you has more that matters.
It just takes a little while to scrub the old person out from... It's like they're under your skin and you can't quite shake them loose.
Maybe you never knew who that person was in the first place.
The web knows this. It's like you're learning how to... It's like you're learning how to be happy again. And you're scared that if you try, the web will take it away. And all of us in the web have had that same feeling, that same need to survive. We've all done horrible things because of the web and convinced ourselves that it would be all right in the end. Some bad habits to unlearn.
I know. The web is older than you. I is older than the web. You are not the first. You will not be the last. Although I wish it was so.
Yeah, well...
But it sounds like you all feels the same pain. And instead of healing one another, you take it out on each other. Perhaps. Or perhaps the 1,000-year-old Antiqua is simplifying things too much. He sort of smiles at you. What does I know? Not you. Or you.
Just sips
Points
in.
to me.
That eye sips in Draconic and just says,
Thank you. I've been trying to put it that eloquently, but I don't speak as well as you.
Common is a strange tongue.
Who says it in common? Oh, no.
I will die as one of them.
Isn't this what's caused all of the problems in the first place?
and then I want to cast Prestidigitation.
Didn't know you had a Ronnie Barker in there among everything else.
And I want to cast the kinkiest sounding of the Prestidigitations, Fireplay.
Oh.
Should add play to the end of anything around this table today.
You instantaneously light or snuff out a candle, torch, or small campfire. So I want to snuff out the campfire.
Gorgeous. I'd say this is a medium campfire.
And the way I want that to happen is that, like, I snuff it out by, rather than, I go,
brilliant.
like that, and it goes, and it looks like as though, to all intents and
You've
purposes,
breathed in fire.
Yeah, and then,
If yous care anything for I at all, you'll stop wasting time.
Okay.
Fine, let's keep moving.
Good.
Who's going to go through this little hole first?
This guy.
Not the owl.
I used to go to send you, and then immediately go, no,
No, wait. So first I, and then the others.
I just can't believe her entire argument. I was like, why is Alex not saying anything? Of course he's summoning the fucking owl. We're giving him what he wants.
Conclusion, then we go, right, let's go. And he goes, no, I haven't.
Wait.
Oh,
So it only takes like 10 minutes or something, doesn't it?
It's an owl.
It's an owl.
Yeah.
It's an owl.
It's an owl.
It's an owl. OURWL. That's how we'll remember it. Okay. So you will kind of squeeze your way through this gap between the top of the rocks and the ceiling of the tunnel, and drop down on the other side. What order do you want to go in?
I'll take the lead.
Who's at the back? Just tell me who's at the back.
I'll stay at the back with him.
Elwyn and Radiant, everyone else in the middle.
I'm behind.
You go through a particularly twisting and sort of winding tunnel And then you reach almost a crossroads. You can go left, you can go right, you can go straight on.
There is only this many options, and there is this many.
So there are 3 options essentially. If it lands on its side, you go. Because you could do, if you want to randomize it, the easiest thing to do is D6 and assign 2 numbers to each face. 2 routes to each face.
So I'm gonna say that
Faces to each route.
this
Oh my god.
dice roll represents gut instinct,
Okay.
and we're gonna go 1, 2 is left, 3, 4 is straight on, 5, 6 is right. It's just gonna be whatever I feel in the moment, straight on.
Straight on.
Straight over, Rover.
Straight over, Rover, and let Jimmy take over.
Straight on, run.
You go straight over.
Don't look like that. We go straight over and it's a normal
It's
thing.
just
If
a
it's
normal. We're just normal men. We're just innocent men. You, I, leading, go down this kind of twisting pathway, this twisting tunnel in the rock. And you enter a new space, and roll me perception, please, as you're the first one in.
8.
You take a step into a cave, less high-ceilinged than the one that you've been in, which seemed to be a version of your hearth cave. And as you take a step in, it's like your foot it's like it sinks into the ground. And it doesn't. And you look down and there is moss underneath your feet. And you look at the earth, and the stone and earth is more like clay. It's this soft, more yielding floor. It's a rich brown. And Kel, you're right up with him. Can you roll perception, please?
I was going to ask for big scale.
21.
21.
21.
You see these it's wide, it's 3 times the size of the space you were in. You can't see to the very edge, but you can just take in the kind of roundness and you can hear the echo of it. This area's covered with this moss, thick, heavy stones, clay floor. There are hollows in these large rocks that are filled with tiny little flat pebbles which have these opalescent, colourful striations through them. It's beautiful. And with a 21 from behind you, you hear in Draconic a voice go, "Home." And those who are further back, you see Parvis push his way forward and push his way past Kel and past I into this cave. And
Parvis, wait. What did you say?
home.
Your home.
He nods.
But this can't be your home.
You see his shoulders drop. No. Still in Draconic. No, of course not.
Look closely at it. When I was in the other cave, the hearth cave, felt like a memory. Not of the real thing, but of a dream of the thing. Look closely. What does it feel like to you?
You see him start to investigate and to inspect this cave. Roll me an insight check, The rest of you can kind of...
19.
19. I'm assuming you're kind of coming into the... But you don't have to. You can do whatever it is.
coming into space, and if this is beautiful as you said, and it's so... I'd just be almost wandering around in awe.
Insight rather.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's like 23
million.
23 a million.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
23.
It's a 48.
23 in a million. You can see he starts to investigate. He's not doing it with any enthusiasm. Keeps throwing little looks over his shoulder. He seems really uncomfortable. He seems really unsure of himself, to an extent that feels strange when all you've asked him to do is see whether it's how he remembers it.
It feels like... It feels like a hug that is too cold.
You're telling him that that's what it felt like for you?
I would not know. I was not, I was not made welcome. For the longest time here, it was not. I was not to return. Themself gave instruction. I do not know what to look for. I don't know what to look for.
I steps forward and hugs Parvis. And brings him in and hugs him and says,
You talked about all the things wrong with my new tribe. But my new tribe also taught me this.
And
hug.
he accepts the hug and puts his arms around yours, around your back.
I feel your heart. You feel mine.
Yes.
And even with our cold blood, it feels warm.
Warmer than without.
And that is what this new tribe feels like.
They are good people underneath it. All of them. They're broken. They need help remaking themselves.
You understand all
I
this.
hear this and I see this. And actually, I walk over.
Yeah?
And I
Yeah,
and I get in there.
Do you kneel down or do you pick the two of them up?
I pick them up.
You hear in that moment some tiny little back cracks. You hear both of them go,
And he allows the hug to happen. And eventually you put them down and Power says, it slips back into comment. I wish I could take this thing off. There's so many things I could discover. This is the cave of my home. These are the caves of my home. But it is a long while since I was here. I do not know what to look for. But if it is the same as eyes, it will be an imitation.
these pearlescent... Was it pearlescent you were saying?
Yeah, pearlescent little flat stones. It's like there are these rocks that have natural hollows in them. Outside they'd kind of collect rainwater.
Mm-hmm.
Here they don't seem to. They're just sort of filled with almost like trinkets, like these little stones with opalescent.
I want to take one. I want to open Parvis's hand, put it in, and close it.
Takes this with you. Looks at it as we continue.
Roll me a nature check, Kel.
23.
You've seen these mosses. These mosses grow around Lathy. You've heard them talk about, I think you might have heard them talk about Jape, which is a town at the very north of Lathy, like right on the edge, near the mountains, and between the mountains and the forest's edge, although the forest's edge is not a consistent place. He's kind of from where you are, really. And there's something in the flora down here that is familiar. You're a long, long way from home, but it's in a way the closest you've been. There's no trees, but you've seen these stones with little opalescent shimmers in them. You've seen these mosses. Do with that information what you will, but it's closer to home than anywhere else you've been in a long time.
I relay this information to the group, and I say, but this makes little sense. Moss needs sunlight to grow.
I'd say there's more than a little magic at work down here. Not the strangest thing we've encountered so far.
One of the more pedestrian things we've encountered so far.
Can I go over to the moss and investigate it with the same, knowing the knowledge that I knew about the things that had been there before but were blighted?
Arcana with advantage.
Natural 20.
Okay. Yeah, this is magic. This is... Something has used magic to create, or to maintain, not in the creation, in the maintenance, the maintaining of this space. Like it's being held in stasis. It hasn't rotted, and that is magical. Everyone else roll investigation checks. You can do so with advantage with that nat 20, so you got...
Did another one.
Another one?
Yeah.
Oh.
Nat 20.
Nat 20.
4.
4. That's so weird. 3 4s, 2 nat 20s. You start to take in more of this space, and you start to go and have a look at the... there are markings on these walls too. And these are a little different. There's pictures of kobolds in high trees, and pictures of humanoids walking underneath them. The kobolds laughing, the humanoids not looking up. And there's some kobolds that are pictured with slings and big muscles that are flinging opalescent, hot opalescent stones at like birds. And then with Nat 20, the two of you see something at the exact same time. And you see a depiction of a huge kobold. And loads of small kobolds all gathering around them. And in the midst of those small kobolds, there is a medium-sized kobold, bigger than the others. And some of these small kobolds seem to be looking up at the medium-sized one, and the others are looking up at the huge one. And you see that the medium-sized one is a representation of Parvis. He has not seen this yet.
Actually, yeah.
I think we found you.
What?
Parvis, is this you?
And he goes up to the wall of the cave. And he says, "They were proud of me."
Why wouldn't they be? You're a member of the Antiqua.
It's a big deal.
You are? Well, you're a medium deal.
Medium deal.
It's a lot to be proud of, Parvis.
I did not think Themself would allow such paintings after.
After what?
After they told me I was not welcome. They told me I was not welcome to return.
Why?
Because we did not understand each other. We who should have been the greatest of companions. We did not understand each other, and it drove a wedge between us, and it created a chasm that we could not reach across, either of us. Because we wanted the same thing and saw a different way of achieving it.
Sometimes the people we care about the most are the ones that we cause the most pain to. Sometimes we do it to protect them.
And sometimes that is not a good enough excuse. Sometimes it is very convenient to say we hurt the ones we love to save them. Sometimes all the other feels is just the pain. And hundreds of years is a long time to feel that. And he sort of runs his hand over his own image. Still, this is a little healing. This is good. This is good. This is very good. Right, well, we should go. We should move on.
This is a strange place.
It's a beautiful place.
I do not think it is real. I think it is showing us things from memory, from the past, things that could have been and were not, or may yet be.
I don't know. I'm gonna go over and touch the moss. Seems pretty real to me.
There is only one way we will find out.
Yes.
Themself.
Yes. There are some mysteries we cannot solve.
It might not be the first question I ask.
No,
Themself,
of course.
but
Everything
we can
in
ask
its
it.
time. You has been looking for longer than me.
Lead on then.
In Lathi, this moss makes a fine tea that has healing properties, healing for the mind. I will bring some with us.
Sure.
Kelness is mind healing tea.
Can't wait to feel the side effects of that one.
It'll be one hell of a night around the campfire.
Well, we've heard about his cocktail proclivity. There is if you've entered this from 12 o'clock, at 3 o'clock you examine the cave, and at 3 o'clock you find one of those tunnels that looks to have been created by those things you fought, a straight tunnel leading directly out, smashing through the rock. And then that's at 3 o'clock, and down at 5 o'clock you see
Took me a second, I thought you were talking about actual time there.
you see a much more natural formation, a tunnel.
I don't think we want to go past those things.
My gut says we goes the way that feels right, and this. I doesn't want to find more down there, and I does not think that they might be working for themselves and digging tunnels.
Where did you say the tunnels were? 3 o'clock and
5 o'clock. 3 o'clock feels very much made in the same way that you, the owl, saw the tunnel being made by those quadrupedal creatures, and the one at 5 o'clock feels more like those natural tunnels that you've experienced for the rest of your time here.
If this magical passage is meant to magically lead us to where we magically want to go, I would say we go the way that looks obvious.
The way that looks magic.
The way that looks magic, not the way that looks...
Not magic.
Yeah.
Magic.
Magic.
Magic. Says it, big scale.
Magic.
Magic.
You start to head down the magical tunnel. Roll me a perception check, whosoe'er may be at the front.
A feel like I's pushing people out the way to be the
Yeah,
front. Like, irregardless.
yeah,
I think I is
I
pushing
think that feels
forward.
right in here.
It's a 7.
It's a 7. Okay. This tunnel continues, meandering, and another one emerges to the right, also meandering. You can go straight on or go right. With a 7, you can't really make out what any sort of differentiate between anything in particular. But there are others who can. Have you still got advantage on your next perception in this space?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I've technically rolled nat 20s every single time I've done. So.
If they
Sounds
stack, let me know.
You need it.
I think I've done 3, haven't I? 3 nat 20s.
You've done a few.
Yeah.
You've done a fair few, baby.
I turns around to everyone.
I might be the one who knows this space best, but we are still tribe. It is not just ups, do I?
I gesture to both pathways.
We as tribe.
Oh, wait. Now it feels like you're trying to get one of us to pick because you don't know where you're going.
That was good. Common is hard.
And then Draconic is goes,
Shut up.
Sorry. They had a picture of me on the wall.
I know.
You know what? And you looked so majestic.
I look jacked.
Really
jacked. I look
really good.
I look as big as the sling.
I know. And the only one who was bigger than you was Themself.
I know.
Yeah.
And Themself must have been okay with that.
Yeah.
Will you two please shut up?
Sorry, I forgot you could understand.
Come on, someone pick. Not gonna be me.
What was
Big
it?
scale.
What were the choices?
Straight on or down the right. Both of them
Or
seem organic.
This ways.
Flip the little stone.
Can I
Flips the
You can do whatever you want. You can.
can I sniff the air down the two
Yeah,
tunnels
absolutely
and
you
just
can.
get a sense of what they smell like?
And then
Roll,
flips the stuff.
roll perception.
Ooh, 26.
Okay.
You smell tacos.
You can smell.
I smell guacamole.
You can smell salt and fish down 1. You can smell perfume and fresh air down this. So straight on is perfume and fresh air, salt and fish to your right. You didn't think I'd have smellers ready, did you? Your boy.
Pat you on the back in action, sir. Just
Please,
like-
please,
Which one
please
is which?
paint me the second biggest.
Yeah.
Fresh air and flowers straight on, salt and fish to the right.
What does you smell, Big Scale?
You can also detect that where the salt and fish is coming from, the air feels a little warmer, a little more humid.
From salt and fish.
Salt and fish, warmer air, more humid. Perfume and fresh air. Flowers and, straight on.
I can smell perfume and fresh air down this one.
Perfume.
It's perfume. Lilac and gooseberries.
I was so happy! Yeah! I was so happy doing it. I didn't want to say anything, and this made me so happy! He said the thing!
Is that copyright, though?
Now you shout Joshua.
Why does he get lilac and gooseberries and I get the...
I'm in JRPGs. All of mine's are like 14 hours long. There's no pithiness.
But I smell fish and salt and humidity down the other.
6 of one, half a dozen of the other. No.
Oh, God, I saw his face.
Maybe my least favorite one. So opaque.
Number.
You need
metaphor.
You need numbers before you understand the metaphor.
Who's coming up with these?
My vote is for fresh air, but
That would be mine too, but...
Mine 3.
Yep.
Well, then it is decided.
Onwards.
Onwards.
It's down there.
And you're led by that smell.
Was that right?
Roll perception as you enter this new cave space.
Everyone?
Yeah, everyone.
Do it with advantage.
Okay, just chuck it the hell out. You can do it with advantage, yeah.
I got 2 nat 1s.
Wow! You deserve it!
Did deserve that.
You've been-
so many
you've been magnificent. Parva's got.
Wow, we're outside. Incredible.
That's not true. Parva's got
Finally.
Parva's got
fresh.
12. Well, and what did Elwyn get?
19.
19.
10.
10. 2.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
By time.
But about time, baby. So this is a. There seem to be there. It's like there are flowers growing in here. I mean, there are flowers growing in here. There can't be flowers growing in here, but it's covered in flowers. That's the smell. It's all these blooms and fruits, and it has. They all. It's after so long in the dark and the dank, where the most beautiful thing you've seen is a few pebbles with some striations through them and some moss. It's like walking into. It's almost as if everything feels like it's glowing. It's so bright, and it's so colourful. And there are animal pelts laid out for people to lie on. There's as there was in the previous cave as well, I should have said again, the fire. This seems to be the hearth cave of each tribe. And the paintings are those same flowered fields. Flowers from which every now and then you see little cobalt ears emerge, or eyes peeping out from the stems of beautiful pastel clusters of blooms.
I did not know
It's so pretty.
it lives like this.
Aston. This will be Aston.
And Aston is I mean, you wouldn't even know where all the tribes are from.
No.
But this is a tribe far in the southwest.
How many are there?
How many days is there in a year? No one knows.
And Farmer's very quietly goes, 6. There are 6 tribes.
But still, we don't know.
We doesn't know how many days are in a year.
How many years are in a day?
But they can be. When we meet, it is through signs and symbols on trees and rocks. But we has never been to each other's half. We keeps safe this way. I had no idea we could live like this.
Looks like you should have paid a visit to this one. It's really nice.
Aston is maybe 4 days south of Vale.
You did not say that about my hearth.
It has character.
Yours had its own specific charm.
It has character.
There's some flowers.
This one's just a little more colorful, you know?
Yes.
With a dirty 20, you also spot that there is a hollow in one of these large rocks. A large hollow in one of these large rocks.
Can I go up and take a look?
It leads down.
Why would this lead down? And pointed out to him.
Maybe the ways they live is not so different.
So they come to the surface sometimes?
I would like to begin to very tentatively crawl down.
Are you following him down? Or are you staying up on the surface? Or up on this kind of cave that you're in, or are you following him down this little hole?
I turned to Parvis and I said, Parvis, what do you know of this?
Nothing, friend.
You said the tunnels go deep.
Yes. All tunnels go deep. I has never been to the hearth of Aston, but I has heard it described. Perhaps it has more chambers beneath.
find crawling down?
Roll me perception.
11. Not doing well on perception.
You see more of these mushrooms. Mustardy, brittle mushrooms. But all the flowers have gone, all the beauty is gone. You're now into a dark cave.
I want to send you forward to pluck one of these mushrooms and fly back up through the burrow and perch at the top with it in its mouth.
So there's a great big mound of them, and then there are a couple of little clusters off to the side.
I'll take one of them from a little cluster.
Roll me a perception check.
17, that's a bit better.
You are watching as you plucks one mushroom, this noxious-looking, yellowing smoke emerging from it, and it flies back out. And something moves.
In where he...
The mass. In the large mass, something moves. You can't tell if you almost can't tell if it's a trick of the light. And then you're sure something moves.
Okay. I would like to try and stealth so as not to alert whatever it is. I would like to try and stealth back up.
Roll me a stealth check.
It's 21.
What did you actually roll?
6.
This is so good.
Yeah. So good, he says, dying inside a little bit. All of the rolls when it's going to matter more.
Cool, buddy.
There are more of these mushrooms, but there is something more than that. Something moved.
A good something?
Something from the earth. Something from the shadows. I don't think there is a lot that is good that moves in the shadows, except for I.
Present company. Do you think that's the way we're supposed to go?
It could be here to send people away from finding themselves. It could be that challenges are here for us to go through, but it could be that it is just danger that we should avoid.
What's the lay of this room? How many exits? And
You
just the two, isn't it, right?
There is one more at 3 o'clock. There is one. You came in at 3. There is one more at 12, like a right angle, but that's it.
Okay. Make a call.
If we goes down there and we fights, there is many mushrooms, and I does not like what happens when you disturbs them.
What's the odd we can sneak right past this thing?
I want to... You see, little breath starts to come through. And slight blue on the very edging of the scaling, where he would be most cold. And I want to send you down to just perch at the edge and see if you can look in and see any sort of what the layout is, if there's exits from this place, if there's...
Perception using use stats.
It's actually your stats.
Ah, damn.
Oh, God. It's an 8. Yes, 8. Sorry.
An 8. There is a path out of this, a natural-looking tunnel. It's a chamber with a tunnel beyond.
I would like to make a risky move having this connection with you, but I would like to fly and land where I saw the movement.
On where you saw the movement?
Yeah.
Okay.
All of the mushrooms.
You fly and you land and you feel your claws dig into this mushroom cap and it and you rise up in the air as the entire mushroom cluster stands. Roll initiative for you. You are the only one here at the moment.
It's a 9.
That beats this thing.
Okay.
Roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Well, it's got a -1, so that is a 1. I rolled a 2.
It's a dirty one.
Wow.
You are poisoned.
Okay.
Oh, God love him. Oh, poor bird.
Well, you's poisoned or you're poisoned?
You is poisoned.
Oh, but it's just like a bird.
Don't you talk about you!
So what? Oh, the bird that's going to wait an hour.
You was an extension of I.
Poor little goody who.
Personally glad the bird's poisoned.
Ghoulie who? What is that?
Goody who is a Welsh word for owl.
I love that. Ghoulie who.
Goody who.
That is Yu's turn.
Go on, fuck him up.
Fuck him up. Let the little bird fuck him up.
So I would like to fly up and around to claw at whatever this is, and in doing so, try and get a better sight of what the hell I'm on.
Okay.
You is on.
Okay.
Me, we, no.
You is on a enormous yellow cluster of mushrooms with legs that are like kind of skeletal insectoid legs.
No, I'm good.
And it has a mouth of jagged teeth. And the smell is horrendous.
No, ma'am, I'm fine. I'm good. I'm good. I don't.
And you want to make an attack?
I don't know if I can. I don't think I can. I think we gauged that last time. That's only for the hawk. Is it the hawk? The hawk. I don't think the
horse?
I can.
The horse.
As the owl, I don't think I can.
If you want to try and fly out of its space, it's going to opportunity attack.
Isn't the thing that the owl can do is that it doesn't provoke an
It doesn't provoke.
opportunity
Yeah, it
attack?
doesn't provoke an attack.
Wow,
opportunity,
that's
yeah.
cool. That's cool.
But I mean, he's poisoned, so he's just going to take any damage that he just takes. He's going to go anyway. So,
It's a timer.
okay, I am going to.
Sacrifice the owl.
I was going to say sacrifice the owl.
He's gonna die anyway, so you may as well just use it for
He's not
information.
real.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just going to see if there's any sort of like
Fly past him, see what's behind.
exactly anything more in this cave.
Roll me. You can use your turn to roll a perception.
Oh, God damn it!
He's a poisoned bird. He's in pain.
7. He explodes.
There's nothing more that you can glean. It's like a great big mad mushroom thing that's trying to snap and hack at you.
Okay.
You.
I mean, I am just going to I'm going to remove myself from the wall. I'm going to let you go.
Yeah.
Can I let him die?
Just going to leave him down there.
I mean, I bring
At
him
least
up here
die
and he just-
inside of him. Be a hero and die inside the bird.
Or
Bring him up so he can die in your arms.
What, and poison me by touching him?
Oh, now you're. Oh, wow! Now you're all me.
Okay.
You flew that thing in. Disgusting.
All right then, I will fly him out.
Cool.
So that he can die in the warmth of the fake sun.
Cool.
All right, well, don't make me feel bad.
No.
I feel like-
No, not at all. Not at all.
Do what you want. He's your owl.
That's great.
I relay.
You relay, and this
Everything.
thing follows the owl.
That's why I wasn't gonna fucking let him
takes a dash action, scuttles up out of the hole. Everybody roll initiative. He had a perfect game going.
At least,
God damn it, guys!
Playing in a cool flower field instead of a dank tunnel, you know.
Sweet.
Okay. What did anyone get higher than a 20?
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20
Oh,
from
did you?
Ollie, Winter. Oh, a dirty 20 from Parvis as well. What's your mod? 2?
+4.
+4 on dex. You have a +4 to dex.
Yeah. Wait.
Will the poison affect him on his next turn?
Sorry, +3.
+3. Okay, you go first.
Should I be rolling for you as well on this moment? Like, when's he going to take the poison
He was
damage?
already. What did he roll on his initiative? Can you remember? He rolled a.
9.
9. Okay, so just remember 9,
Okay, cool.
and I'll put him in the initiative. Also, I don't know if you, the player, know how poisoned works yet.
Yeah, go on.
Technically, he should have rolled. Poison is just a disadvantage on ability checks and saving throws.
Oh! There's no damage roll at all?
No damage.
We're thinking like JRPG.
Yeah.
yeah,
And actually, so he
Like-
should have rolled that perception with disadvantage, but it didn't really matter.
Because the only time we've ever encountered anything like it so far is like blight.
Yeah, which does
okay.
damage. Anyone get higher than a 15?
I got a 16.
A 16?
I got a 17.
Oh!
Look at you!
Tell that was fun and pumped.
Higher than a 10?
8, 10.
13.
And then what did...
9.
You got a 9.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I got 10.
Oh, God, I hate this. Okay. Wow, that's absolutely worked out well. That is this thing, I'm just going to say it's 60 feet to get, like, up and out of this cave. So this thing is, like, pushing itself, Shelob style, like, through the hole from which you've emerged. And these, like, trying to kind of drag itself out. Look, I mean, it looks kind of like a cross between a spider and a, what are they called in The Last of Us? Clicker. So kind of that sort of
Oh,
thing.
how much?
Four-legged kind of clickery thing. Great big thing. That is Dolly's turn.
So this thing emerges out of this hole, horrendous looking. She's gonna look at it and be like, "It's such a shame we have to kill you. You seem like such a fun guy." Tasha's hideous laughter.
Does it immediately die?
I think we've immediately died from
Yeah. We all take D8
Elvis hangs his head.
psychic damage.
So what does it need to...
It's a wisdom save.
It has a +0. It rolled a nat 1, baby!
Start
Okay,
giggling,
so
bitch.
it has to succeed, or it falls prone, becoming.
Start giggling, bitch, is a really funny...
Sorry.
Yeah, it
back
falls
down.
prone.
Yes, it
Yeah,
does.
amazing. It'll fall prone
Fall
in the
back
hole.
down the hole.
No, if only.
But yeah, so at the end of each of its turns, each time it takes damage, the target can make another wisdom saving throw. It has advantage if it's triggered by damage. On a success, the spell ends. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. So it is now prone and it's incapacitated. No, incapacitated, right?
Yes.
It can't do anything.
Because it was such a funny joke.
Because it was such a funny joke. That is Parvis's turn. Historically, Elowen has been the one who's got closest to things.
I mean, Cal was inside one. Just
But you tend to get. You tend to.
Let's not start that
We
again.
were all inside radio.
That's what this thing's crawled out of.
Baby! You tend to get up in business. Let's say it will do. It's going to give you. He'll do the resistance thing on you, which allows you to remove a d4 from poison damage. That is, he's going to then scurry. I mean, there's very little he can do, so he's just going to kind of back away. Every time he gets into combat, by the way, you can see him like spending every time in between his turns, like just dragging at this collar, trying to get it off. That is Radian's turn.
I'm going to. I'm gonna cast.
That's it. That's it. Laughing.
That's pretty funny. It's pretty
I'd love it to.
funny.
I'd love it to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
It's an 8.
It fails, and
All these mandibles.
I go,
Someone in mandibles.
now we know what you find funny. Let's see what you... Now let's see what you want.
Wow, really good. Merch drop.
And I go, wait a second. Let it go. Let's see what you're scared of, and I cast Phantasmal Killer. I tap into the nightmares of the creature I can see within range and create an illusory manifestation of its deepest fears. Once on a failed save, the target becomes frightened for the duration. At the start of each of the target's turns before the spell ends, the target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or take 4d10 psychic damage.
And it just sees a tiny
So
owl.
it takes 4d10 psychic damage.
Takes 4d10 psychic damage.
And it's frightened.
Okay. Cool. Nothing does it take it? It takes that damage now, and then it will take it again on each of its turns.
Yeah, each of its turn has
Great.
to take the same thing again.
Great.
It will-
Roll the damage, and I'll tell you what you see.
Just use my other percentiles.
It's my little percentages.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Ooh.
22?
22. Wow, that's nice. And so it can now repeat its.
Yes.
It can repeat its thing and see if it gets out of prone. It has advantage on the roll because it's had damage dealt to it. What you see is an illusion appear before it. It's the most beautiful kobold you've ever seen. Whatever that looks like. And they have scales that move between red and gold and black and blue. They're moving through a spectrum of color. And they put their hand out towards this thing, and it rears back in terror. And then the illusion disappears. And Parvis says, Themself. That is...
It's a chameleon.
It's a chameleon. Oh, shit. And its eyes go blurry on Storms. Elowen, that's your turn. Does it repeat the save on damage, or does it repeat it at the end of its turns on damage?
It's both, I believe, at the end of each of its turns and each time it takes damage.
Okay, that is... So it's a whiz
a
save.
wisdom save.
11
Fail.
and 2.
Fail.
Wow, it stays prone, and it's frightened. So if you can keep that frightened until it
Basically, you
completes
just
the save.
keep doing it, and it's if you keep failing, you'll keep taking the 4d10. So I think instead of rolling the 4d10 again, I think you just take the same amount of damage that I rolled.
Yep. That is Elowen's
Couldn't have
turn.
saying that if you rolled your damage.
Fine, I'm just gonna hit it.
So it's frightened for concentration up to 1 minute.
Yeah.
But then you can keep doing the damage on each of the end of its turns. Okay.
I'm gonna attack it.
Yeah, you can do so with advantage if you're getting into its. Are you getting up into its?
Yeah.
Okay. Roll me a Constitution saving throw as you get into its space.
It's a 14.
Okay, that fails.
Okay.
You are now poisoned
Right.
for 1 minute, which means you roll ability attack rolls and ability checks with disadvantage.
Okay.
But you have advantage on this roll because it's prone. So let me figure this out. First one you'll roll flat.
Yeah.
The
And I'll
second
roll-
one, yeah, you'll roll them all flat essentially. Because advantage disadvantage doesn't stack. So you'll
Yeah,
just roll
so
flat because
flat.
you would have advantage from prone or you would have advantage from Vex.
Fine. And I'm actually the first one misses. I can tell you it misses. It's an 11.
11 does miss. You're right. Next one,
That is a 13.
a 13 also misses.
And that misses.
Wow.
That was 3 terrible rolls in a row.
A 2, a 3, and a 3.
Dang.
2, a 3, and a 3. Okay. Misses every time. It stinks. This thing smells like rot and death and decay.
It's like you walk into a wall of scent. It
Yeah.
absolutely
It
knocks you
smells
back.
like it smells like the worst bin you've ever smelled, and it's just exploded
making
across.
my- it's
It's just
like making my stomach
exploded across your kitchen floor.
I'm trying to attack it, but I'm retching.
Why is the bin bag moving?
Yeah.
Why is the bin bag moving?
I don't hate
so
a bin
bad
bag
it's
smell.
causing me to retch.
That's insane, and we'll pick up on an action surge.
Won't.
Kelnis, that's your turn. Brilliantly for you, this thing is still prone because there was no damage done to it.
I'm just going to loose an arrow at it. I don't want to get it in its space. I don't want to waste a spell slot on it yet.
Okay, because you don't know how dangerous it is.
Yeah.
Cool.
It could only have 10 hit points left or something like that. So I'm just going to loose an arrow at it.
Make an attack.
5.
So longbow misses. We go to I.
I just big scale. Come on.
Still getting used to it.
And I just want to take a shot because you're in.
God, I hope you get in that one.
No, why?
It'd be funny.
Wow.
Wow, that was worse than the shatter.
God!
Okay, take your attack.
I hope you get a nat 20.
That is a 24.
Hits.
A natural 24.
Okay, natural 24. 24-sided dice.
Yeah.
That is an 8 plus the 6, so that is a 14, plus my sneak attack damage. That is 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, an extra 13.
Great.
And I have 7 turns of double speed with my boots, which I clicked at the beginning.
Nice.
I would like to try and find any sort of area that's maybe a little bit raised, if there is anything.
Yeah, I mean, so the top of this rock, actually, from which it's emerging, would be raised. You could get around the side and be above it when it comes out behind it.
Yeah,
If you wanted
I'll
to
go
do
for
that. Great.
Yes, please. Thank you.
That is used.
And bonus action, duck down so I try and hide down there. As in hide down above,
roll. See if you roll on that one.
It's not on that one.
Great, you hide, maybe. That
flash
is used. That is used turn.
I would like.
Poo on his head.
I would like you to fly and just kind of position itself right in front of it.
It gives you a weak one-winged salute.
Does it have a little thermometer in its mouth?
Pardon?
There's a little thermometer in its mouth. It's real.
It takes a little sort of hot water bottle away from underneath it. It's got cold compress on its head. It's got water bottle under its wing. Goes and positions itself right next to the face of this creature.
Yeah, literally right in front, like right in front of it here, just like so. Its
eyes seem to say, "We had a good run, boys."
Of about an hour and a half.
That is this creature's thing. It is incapacitated at the end or the start of its turns. And man, that sucks. So it takes its entire turn, and then at the end of it, it rolls a 12 with no modifier, so it stays. This was meant to be so hard, and once it hits, it's gonna be. That's it. That's its turn. We go back round to the top of the order. Dolly de Winter.
May I ask it to take another wisdom saving throw? So
Yes.
We can take that.
Nat 1.
Brilliant. So it takes all that.
4d10.
Yeah.
Roll it.
Roll it again.
Yeah, roll it each
Sweet.
time.
Wow.
Yeah.
20.
I hate doing the little mass rocks quickly.
That is Dolly's turn.
Really? You're going to do nothing again? You really are sporing me now.
It hurts.
Actually, physically hurts.
Waiting for her turn to come back around.
Dissonant Whispers level 3.
What does it have to make?
It's a wisdom saving throw again.
Oh, good. That's a 4.
Yep, that's 5d6.
Okay.
Baby.
Okay.
Is it having fun down there?
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11.
No way. You have not rolled anything other than 11 on damage
I know, it's
across
weird.
3 different spells.
Sometimes
This entire thing.
know.
Wow.
grouping.
The grouping is wild.
I know.
That is Parvis's turn. It gets to roll its wisdom save again. Nat 20! It's no longer incapacitated, but it is still prone and it is still frightened.
I don't know whether it counts, by the way, but I mean, that obviously Distant Whispers, the reaction it must use, if available, is to move as far away from me as possible, but obviously it was prone when I cast it, so I don't know whether now it's...
It's not its turn.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is its reaction. So it will stand up for 15 feet and move 15 feet back down into the hole.
Okay.
That is Parvis's turn. Parvis is going to. It has a 60 feet range on this. It's going to use a cantrip called. He's going to use a cantrip called Sacred Flame. This thing needs to beat a DC 17 dexterity saving throw. It has a +4. It rolls a 2, becomes a 6.
But it's in a hole.
Yeah.
Surely it's got to roll with disadvantage or something.
Douglas, Douglas, with the greatest respect, stay in your lane. That is.
It's prone, it's frightened, it's been...
It's in a hole.
It's in a hole. I don't know if I mentioned the hole.
Emotionally, mentally.
That is 8 damage. Let me just check that hasn't actually gone up. No, it hasn't. Cool. That is a Radiant Thornbird.
See, I could do some damage here, but I want to do a little bit of flair. So what I'm going to do...
No.
What I'm going to
Surely not.
Well, how far away am I from this thing, please?
I will say it's just moved 15 feet back. You are... I think you were kind of... Were you guys kind of generally speaking around the top of this hollow? So I'll say you're 20 feet away.
I want to basically position myself so its eyes are directly on me.
Can't have been 20 feet away because then you would have... So you're 30 feet away.
I would like to position myself.
Yeah.
Swan dive.
Pretty much like direct.
Hold him by his feet.
I don't want to be.
Strangle him in.
I don't want to be affected by the pong.
Yeah.
I don't want to get ponged by it. But I'm going to stand in front of it. I'm going to cast Disguise Self, and I'm going to disguise myself exactly in the manifestation that I saw him being terrified.
Okay.
Also, you going to say anything to you while you're down
you
there?
make
I'm
yourself,
outside with you.
you can seem 1 foot...
Poor bird.
You can seem 1 foot shorter or taller and can appear fat, thin, or in between. Can you change your species? You can't change your body type. You must adopt a form that has the same basic arrangement of limbs. Well, in that case, it sounds like you can.
It'd be a very
Okay.
ineffective spell if you couldn't. If you could only disguise yourself
As other humans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty good.
Yeah,
Okay.
Harry,
I mean,
stay
allow me to repeat what I said to
This is
Doug.
the
Merch drop. Yeah. Okay. Cool. And what are you trying to? I tell you what. I will give it for that. I will give it disadvantage on its rolls against Phantasmal Killer to get rid of the fright condition and
Great.
damage.
Great.
Okay.
Fantastic.
I think that's fun.
Yeah.
I think that's fun. I think that's more than fair, actually.
I'm so
Harry, I've always liked you.
I'm so happy you did that because I sat racking my brain going, could I get away with prestidigitation doing it? And I was like, I don't
think so.
That definitely is way better.
Elowin.
I'll use my longbow, because I don't want to... I'm not crawling down the hole.
No, why would you? You're a lady.
That would be ridiculous.
A lady doesn't hold.
Oh my god, that misses. It's a 9.
Okay.
And it's a 9 again.
2 3s in a row.
Wow.
I've had
Super
I did
spooked.
4 3s in a row.
You hate mushrooms.
Also, you're not even
Yes.
rolling these with disadvantage.
No.
No, you
It's just rolling them flat.
Ever since the allergy moment, everyone has been traumatized. And just like,
Mushroom.
Deeply.
Get your head in the game. Graham Weird.
A 2 and 4 3s.
Kelnis, that's your turn.
Okay. I am going to cast Scorching Ray.
Yeah, you are.
Great.
So that's
Right down the
3.
Weirdly aggressive.
Yeah, I don't know. You said I'm casting Scorch around. I went, yeah, you are.
Yeah.
Having a nice time. He's just delighted.
Scorching Ray. So that's 3 rays, each worth 2d6 damage.
Yep. Do you roll for each one?
And I roll for
3
each one.
attacks.
Okay, so
We should really call them
that's an 18.
Hits.
That's a 21.
Hits.
And that is a hit as well.
That's fucking good.
Nice.
So that's
Did you say 2d6 for each one?
yeah, 2d6 for each one. So
66.
66.
60.
Roll 'em, baby.
go on, son.
Go on then, boy.
5, 9, 11, 12, 17.
17. It takes 8.
Oh.
Wait, what?
Oh, so it has resistance to fire then.
It
Interesting.
appears so.
Ah, you seem to have put 2 and 2 together.
Aye, that is your turn. Unless there is anything else you would like to do on your turn. Kelnus, son of the tree speaker.
Oh, am I done?
Yeah. Is there
Are
anything
you?
else you would like to do with your bonus action?
Nobody's been injured yet, have they?
No, no one's been
What, are you going to walk straight into it?
It'd be more fun if someone was injured, right?
I want Elwyn to dangle me into the hole.
I'd like to point out that actually what it looks like when this thing retreats and has to use its reactions, it looks like it's terrified of you, the owl. Who's got
Right up in its face.
Nope, that's all I can do, actually.
Cool, that's I's turn.
You know, in a film when someone like goes to trigger an explosion or something and they duck behind, and then nothing happens.
Yeah.
I has had that moment where he's anticipating this thing coming out. It's gone on at the top and gone.
Wait,
and then absolutely nothing has happened.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to peek over.
Yep.
And see that. I'm like, what the fuck is Radian doing?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to lean over and take a shot.
At me?
Wait, no.
Are you doing your surprise again?
Surprise! Wait, hold on. It's moved back. But neither Radian nor you are within 5 feet now.
No, not within 5
They're not, are they?
They're 15 feet back.
But I'm hidden.
You're hidden.
Doesn't matter. Okay, yeah.
Make your attack, Sugar Plum.
That is a dirty 20.
Dirty hits.
Oh, don't make me feel like that when he's.
Oh, my.
That is a 3. That is a 9.
Okay.
On that. And then my 4d6. That is 5, 10, 15, 18 on top of that.
That's me, not the thing.
And then I'm just going to tuck myself back up and hide again.
Yep, don't roll in that one, baby.
Yep. Yeah.
Mechanically almost impossible for you to fail.
I know.
That is Yu's turn.
You is just gonna like do like a proper like sort of like whenever anyone who's British, anyone who's not British might not be familiar with this. It's when there's a very specific kind of person who's out on a night out and they're just sort of doing this with their arms and they're going like, "Come on in."
You're giving the command, take up space.
Yeah. So I'm just kind of like posturing in a way that's like, you know, that person would never actually throw a punch. They're going, "Oh, you come on in," and he kind of flies further forward, believing I seen this thing, and you being an extension of I, believing that genuinely it was you that terrified the thing. So back up in its
Does it
face.
say, come get some?
Sorry?
Okay, that is this thing's turn. This thing cannot move willingly closer to the source of its fear, which is Radian. Does it re-roll the save at the beginning or the end of its turns?
That's a good question. I think, it's the end of its turn.
Kill us at the end of each of its turns.
Yes.
Okay, so here's what it's going to do. It is going to attack you, Radian.
Good luck.
Who is close up to Radian?
You.
Elwyn. So it'll be Elwyn. Well, use 15 feet further forward now. So it's going to. It spits a gob of noxious sludge centered at Radian, but it is going to hit Elwyn as well. I'd like you both to make Constitution saving throws, please.
Do I get advantage because it's scared of me?
No, Nobby.
Boo!
Boo! Boo!
It was one across.
Are you doing the crossword together?
No, for further reference, I was across on this and I didn't see it. I assumed it wasn't on there. He does have an attack for future.
There we go. What did you
14.
get? 14.
Natural 20.
Passes and fails. You will take half of this damage.
Minus 1d4.
You will take all of this damage. The damage is 26 poison damage, and you take 13.
I take 10.
You take 1d. Have you rolled the
Yep,
1d4?
3.
You take 10 poison damage.
Also, because it hit me, I believe it means that my disguised self goes.
Oh, nice. Okay, so it will now no longer roll that with disadvantage. It will now roll it flat. It is now. It's the end of its turn. It's going to see if it can break free.
Yeah.
It rolled a 7. It has a +0. Why do I keep putting stuff with low wisdom up against you? It's a nightmare. This thing can swim. It's got so much stuff that it can do. Yeah.
I use shape water and I bring water to it.
It's immediately placated. Oh, how lovely.
All 8 legs just.
Yeah, it was an 8. So yeah,
I made that up.
yeah,
Fuck.
it was an 8.
Fuck.
Is that good?
Yeah, it's cool. It's 23.
Okay.
23 on me.
That's 23 on me.
You. And you.
Elowin, that's your turn.
Oh, fucking hell. All right, I'm just going to try and hit it with an arrow again.
Okay. I will let you know.
Roll a 3.
Poison doesn't stack. So if you are poisoned, you being up close with it, you're more likely to be attacked by it, but poison, it won't do any...
I just don't want to go in the hole with
Totally
it,
fine.
which is why I'm using my arrow. Otherwise,
Please,
I'm
please,
crawling
please.
into the
I
hole.
will never make you crawl into a hole.
And
3?
no, it's a 5.
Hey!
Which
Bit by bit.
still misses because it's an 11. And that misses.
We're disagreeing. Wow.
Oh, it's an 8.
Wow. You're just firing. It's like you're firing arrow after arrow into this thing, and it keeps hitting these sort of gills underneath it, and it's like
Gills?
it's like they're like wood. Yeah, the gills are the striations underneath the cup of a mushroom, and it's like they are. It's like trying to fire them into like solid wood. It's just like not taking, keep bouncing off. That is Kelnis's turn.
Right. There may be a point of order here, but I think I can do this. I want to cast Summon Fay, and that's my action, but once it's there, I use my bonus action to command it to attack this thing. So, Summon Fay, you call forth a Fey spirit. It manifests wherever I want it to. That I
Wherever I want it to.
Wherever I want it to.
Fuck it, I'll have
I
it
want
where
to
I like.
manifest inside Radiant.
Within Radion.
And
Okay.
I cast Vibrate.
No, let him cook. Let him cook, because I'm yes and here.
Cast Vibrate. And then I'd like to hold my action for invert pronouns, just in case. No. Aoife's glazed over completely.
Okay, so I have to. I cast Fey Spirit, Summon Fey, and I have to choose its mood: fuming, mirthful, or tricksy.
Yep.
I'm choosing fuming.
Yeah.
So that means that it gets that the spirit has advantage on the next attack roll it makes before the end of this turn.
Yep.
So I assume it can have advantage on this first attack.
Yep.
So it has its attack is Fey Blade, melee attack roll.
You don't actually have to use a you don't have to use a bonus action to command this thing. It obeys your verbal commands, brackets, no action required by
Oh,
you.
brilliant. Well, I summon it and tell it to fuck this big fungi up.
That part.
Put it on a t-shirt.
Put it at merch drop.
Fey Blade, melee attack roll. I'm just looking for its...
It makes a number of Feyblade attacks equal to half
Yeah, I
its
can only make
spell's
one.
level, rounded down.
But I'm trying to look for its hit dice.
Hit 2d6 plus bonus
That's-
equals
that's
your
the
spell
damage.
bonus equals your spell attack modifier. So what do you use to roll your spell attacks?
That's
Probably a +8.
Oh, +8.
Okay, so it has a +8 to hit with advantage.
My.
That's a 20, dirty 20.
That's with advantage as well.
Oh.
Roll again, 'cause
Just
you
in
might get
case you
crit.
crit.
Nope.
Okay.
You don't.
That hits, and then it's 2d6 plus 3 plus what's the spell's level? Is this a level 3 spell?
I think it's so, yeah.
It is a level 3 spell.
It is level 3.
So plus 3 plus 3, 2d6 plus 6.
6 plus 6, 12.
Okay, what does
12 damage.
What does this thing look like? Resembles a fey creature of your choice. You have
Goodness.
never seen a fey creature other than you think perhaps Batfrog.
It's a bat frog.
Yeah, it's Bat Frog. Bat Frog emerges. Radiant wants to chow down almost immediately. It's got a little blade. It's like Radiant watching a bargain bucket attack a load of mushrooms. Oh, what a risotto that would be, thinks Radiant.
You again.
Hello, my old chum.
My tongue falls out.
And immediately swells up.
I'm assuming you're back for another licking.
Cool.
But then if I still have a bonus action...
You do still have a bonus action.
Oh, I
Greedy
can't
boy.
cast a spell though, can I?
You can, as long as it doesn't require concentration. This requires concentration, so if you have another spell that requires concentration, this one will drop. But if you don't...
I thought we were saying I couldn't cast 2 spells in 1 round.
Oh yeah, very good point.
Boo.
Very good point. Unless you have a cantrip that's a bonus action that doesn't require concentration.
Radiant's not dead yet, is he?
Not yet.
Not yet. It's not dead yet. No damage. Oh, actually, you have had some damage.
I had a lot. I had 26.
Significant.
Wow.
I'm quite low.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Don't attack me. Don't attack me.
Okay, that's my round.
Cool. Aye.
It's just going to swing down again.
Yeah.
Look over the top and fire a shot off because this is the way I do the most damage.
Yeah, baby.
That is a 21.
Yep.
Rolled a lot of 21s.
Supposed to be such a
Straight
hard
out.
fight.
Well, that's only a 7 on
Thought
that.
it would be a kind of boss fight, but
And
it hasn't
then-
turned into a boss fight.
You underestimated
It's turned out
us.
that
15.
it's kind of easy.
So
Tell
7
me all about it. 7 plus
No.
15.
Yes, 7 plus
Don't,
15.
Alex, stop.
Tell me about it.
Oh!
Yeah. Well, this will be good fodder for the action surge. That was challenge rating 9. Challenge rating 9. You are impossible to balance.
And I
for-
missed 7 attacks.
Right, tell me.
I swings down and goes, "You! Look at I!" Turns around and goes, "Move!" And I fires a shot, and the wing just like this, and
The bruise ring.
just basically does sort of like a little kind of barrel roll as the wings go, and the arrow goes straight through that sort of little tube, I guess, that was made by the wings.
Tube, yeah, the wing tube.
And it never sees it coming. It just goes straight straight into the eye and buries firmly into whatever brain is resting behind that eye.
And this mass of mushroom just
Dies in the tunnel.
flobs to the floor. Thank you, Doug. Dies to the tunnel. Couldn't have put it better myself. And that's where we'll end our session. Just one for me. Thank you so much for watching. That is episode 26 of our adventures in the world of.
Really?
That's not when we do it normally either. You know, if you want to hear us unpack this particular, if you just want to hear my unbelievable, joyous frustrations with how powerful you all are, then you can head over to Action Surge. That will be available next week on YouTube or wherever you get your podcasts. If, however, you just can't wait that long, and frankly, people don't want to wait. They're not the. You've seen Action Economy. Not in this Action Economy.
Oh,
That was much better than that.
No, it was
No,
good.
it was good. It's a thinker. It's a creeper. It's something you'd read in Private Eye. Then you can head over to our Patreon, patreon.com/naturalsix. And you can join us. You can help support what we're doing here and keep the lights on at Natural 6 Towers. But until then, thank you for joining us. My Huns, my sweeties, my favourite peeps, our favourite peeps, nay, our naturals, our natty six. No, what are we?
Six pack.
Thanks, 6-pack. And we'll see you soon for more adventures in the world of Reliquia. Bye, everybody.